Yes, we are ready to start streaming. Stop asking. Right. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Wait for it to catch up, as it usually does. Okay, folks. We are live!
Woo!
I feel like I'm sort of being inhabited by The Rock and Y2J. Oh, good lord, could you imagine them doing the fusion dance?
No! God, no. If you smell a little bit of the bubbly. Two memes.
And I can see people doing meme art. Although, that's... Oh, good lord, that'd be a weird fusion dance. Austin with Oni.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey! I'm a six-time champion. What? And for
Lucky I'm not listening to this right now.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold Cartman said so. What? Now, Lydia, can I have a 24 pack of beer?
No!
Okay. Can I have a 24 pack of beer if it's me and you in a mixed tag match with John Cena and Nikki Bella?
Fine.
Sweet.
He's going to listen. He's going to be like, I hate you so much right now.
I love you too, dude. I'll make sure I pop a complimentary box of cheesy poos for your next Christmas gift.
Please don't.
He knows I mean it in affection. If I really wanted to be that cruel, I would get him a WWE Undisputed Championship belt, and in the nameplate it just says Hogan.
Oh, that would piss him off. Please don't do that.
Like I say, if I really wanted to go that route, that's the route I would go. Steven just says only needs all the bits. Not.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Give him all the bits. Give him all your bits.
Okay, not quite sure
Just
where.
He says he's partnered.
It's a Twitch thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a Twitch thing. Yeah, since he's now made affiliate, he can now accept bits, which is ergo money.
Can you imagine what it'd be like if we pointed him in the direction of Mr. Beast, where he just suddenly just starts making like these absurd donations? Like, one Twitch user got 75 grand.
Gee.
And I like one of the top comments on the video when Mr. Beast was doing this. Mr. Beast goes to make a donation in Asterix PayPal. Oh, here we go again. Because PayPal's limit on a personal account is 5 grand. It's only if you have a business account you can have larger, PayPal payments made to you. There have been a few times where Mr. Beast has, like I say, made these rather large donations to Twitch users, and PayPal have struggled to get said donations through. In fact, hold up real quick. Let me go find one.
Oh boy.
Mr. Beast donates to Twitch streamers, which is the one I saw. Donating 100 grand to. Oh yeah, this one was freaking amazing.
Oh, you.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to tone the volume down because this one tends to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I will make sure that it's visible in the browser, guys. I do know that when I streamed the 30th anniversary review for Back to the Future Part 2, I was well aware I didn't have the browser visible in OBS. So that's my bad. That's why I made the compromise when I had the video by itself, but pasting the actual video review over the commentary. So I muted the video, but the commentary that was still being fed through live, you know, everybody could still see and hear, and everything was synced up properly. So yeah, that's all good. Right, let me just see. Oh god. Imagine if only got a PO box for fan mail. Stephen also says, reminds me of when David sent stuff to Emma. Oh dear.
Oh god.
One of the items of which was Macho Man Randy Savage's rap album.
No!
Oh yeah, that was the thing. I forgot about that.
Keep in mind, because David is David, he once sent to the Cinema Snob a DVD of, and I'm not making this up, Guys Gone Wild.
Oh.
Oh, jeebus, no.
He even sent him a bag of manure.
Lovely.
Here's your simple 2-worded answer to encapsulate all of this. Because David. That's all you need to know.
Word for it.
Yeah. All right. I'm at 0-0.
I'm at 0.
Get everything set up. All right, 0.
You good to go, lads?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Let the mayhem ensue. Play.
You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Oh my god, what?
That's extra! That's not extra!
Dude! Mr. Beast and Simon just changed my life.
In this video, $100,000 will be given to completely random Twitch streamers. Swear on my life. And just to clarify, only $50,000 of this $100,000 is mine. I'm actually collabing with Mini Minter on this video, and so half of every donation is actually going to be him. He's doing $50,000, I'm doing $50,000. So together, $100,000 will be donated in this video. If they win a game of Fortnite, they get $10,000. If they lose, the money gets carried over to the next person. So 3 people lose in a row, the 4th person gets to play for $40,000. You'll understand.
So this is our first game
Wow.
right here. We've already established it. If he wins this next game, not this game, the next game, he gets $10,000. If he loses, the person after him gets to play for $20,000.
So nervous for Kaiju, you better not lose the next game. 10k is online. Dude, I need that fucking 10k. You have no idea. Oh, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Nothing to do with him, but I kind of hope some people lose, so other people have to play for like $20,000 or $30,000, because that'd be like super intense.
You could buy a car if you win this game.
I could outright buy the motorbike I want and pay for the next license and the insurance.
Then you better win, man.
Dude.
This is not a joke. All he has to do to win 10 grand is win this game. That's it. Stop reading and focus.
Dude, what if he died by like a trap?
Dude, I would feel so bad.
Stop reading and focus. This is the most important game of your life, M9.
Good old Mr. Beast, just rocking the nerves ever so slightly.
This is probably more than he'll get in donations the rest of the year. On the line, right here. Oh, no, he did not just do that to him. Dude, this guy's insane. This guy's insane. He did that without taking any damage.
I'm actually shaking, I can't aim. I'm shaking, dude. Shit.
Oh my god.
Oh, extra, no.
Fair enough.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, the next person gets to play for 20 grand.
Man, I appreciate it. 153. Mr. Beast won the 140. I appreciate it.
This next person plays for 20 grand. Jeez. That's a lot of freaking money, man. Oh, we could do, my name's Chai. He was in the last one. Oh my god, he did it. Mama. He did it. Chris, is it against the rules to let Chai play again?
There are no rules.
Oh yeah, you're right. We write our own rules around here.
Time for round 2.
Oh shit.
There is no rules.
This time, the stakes are higher. Win the next game and you get 20.
Next game, yeah, bro.
Me and Simon, no joke.
I did it before, I do it again. Fuck that game.
Is he gonna drink some orange juice? OJ. I need my sweet OJ.
Orange juice! That better be orange juice!
Is that orange juice?
Shut up.
Hey, Simon, do you?
think he will win? I'm not too sure, man. But we are all winners thanks to Quid. You are right. As long as I have Quid downloaded, I'm a winner.
Oh, gunfight. $20,000.
Yeah.
You can see he's starting to remember. Oh shit. He went up like
Yeah!
11 people are standing between this man and $20,000.
You're gonna be downloading Quid from the App Store, okay?
He spelled it wrong. It's 2D. We'll give him an A+ for effort.
Is that the Simpsons theme?
I believe so.
I think so.
Time out. Before we go any further, I need to tell you guys where all this money came from. The king has returned. Welcome home, Quid. The app that has sponsored all these videos you see on your screen, the app that has allowed me to change an insane amount of lives, is back. Now, if you don't know what Quid is, it's an app where you can collect rare cards and stickers, and because there's a limited amount, they have a little bit of value to them. But regardless, Naruto is my favorite show. I've seen all 500 episodes of Shippuden, and when I saw they added Naruto stickers and cards, I went insane and instantly collected them all. It is my favorite show. But if anime isn't your thing, they have cards and stickers for whatever show you like Game of Thrones. They have everything up there, and then you can take these cards that you collect and you can text them to your friends who also like similar shows, or even cooler, you can create a shelfie. A shelfie lets you showcase your rare cards and stickers to all the other people that friend you on the app, which, by the way, if you friend me on Quid, Mr. Beast, I'll be messaging some of you guys back. Now, there is something I really need you to do, okay? When this video goes public, 2 packs will go public on Quid, okay? A Mr. Beast pack and a Mini Minter pack. And we're having a competition to see which pack can get 100,000 cards collected first. But if you open up a Mr. Beast pack, you can't open up a Mini Minter pack. If you open up a Mini Minter pack, you can't open up a Mr. Beast pack. So you have to pick one or the other. I need you to go to the App Store, download Quid, and open up a Mr. Beast pack so I can reach the 100,000 card collected goal before him, because I do not want to lose to him. And yeah, let's get back to donating.
Wait, what?
This man needs to focus.
I am freaking out.
I know, right? Flashback to last time when I donated. His sister was like, "You can pay rent now."
Oh my god, you can pay rent!
Oh.
Why'd you jump?
Sister's an absolute savage.
4 people left besides him.
No! Since Chai lost, the next person now has to play for $30,000. If this person, Blue Stank, wins this next game, he gets $30,000.
Win this next game, you get $30,000.
$30,000, wow.
Damn.
Okay, so next game, alright. 30,000 is a lot of money. Yeah, you could say that.
I want this guy to win. He needs the money. I want to make him more nervous, but I don't at the same time.
Don't get nervous, it's only $30,000. If you win, you can buy over 10,000 copies of Shirk.
Sure.
Why?
Oh dear. I think we know who needs the 30 grand more.
I'm taking my 30 grand and I'm leaving. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
I really want him to win. I'm done talking to him.
Imagine only got something got donated, like you win this next game of WWE 20 and he will give you 50 grand.
Oh god, no, you would have to pay him money to actually play that. He's refusing to touch it. They've tried to fix with it, air quotes fix. No.
No, they didn't.
It really didn't.
For some reason the sound went on this, unless that's like part of the video, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Sound went out with me too.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god! Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
Oh my god!
Oh.
Thank you for the $1,000 donation, man. Or £768.52. I could work as a cashier. Might have to now.
I didn't think people would lose this much. So we're doing 40 next?
$40,000 next game.
$40,000 is next. Oh god.
Okay, I'll play WWE 20 for 40 grand.
Mr. Beast 6000, win this next game, and me and Simon donate 40,000. This is a YouTube video.
Okay, I was just gonna donate. Oh, okay.
It has to be solo win it. You get 40,000. Okay, go then, baby.
Imagine like on a live stream of Dare Raiden to do this. Raiden, for your next dare, you have to watch a whole episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians for 40 grand.
Is win this game. What the f? Dude, how is this?
I'll do it.
What? Where is he?
Okay, for that much money, I would play Fortnite. Okay, I don't even know how.
No.
Professor Pete?
Yes, that's his name. No! You placed third, man!
Well, but the game ended, so we have to move on.
Okay, Mr. Beast and Miniminter, listen, I appreciate you guys so much.
Don't make me nervous. I'm not joking.
Wait, Mr. Beast.
Oh, this one.
Oh, 50. What? Wait. Just say 40 so she doesn't get confused. But hey, viewers, actually $50,000. So she's in for a surprise. I hope she wins.
Wait, what?
If she loses, that means we gotta do $60,000. And if they lose, that's 70.
Think of everything you can buy with 40.
Put the minis in the one slot.
Oh, come on, that's just me telling her it's 40 when it's really $50,000.
What is wrong with you?
I put minis in my 2. Oh man, screw you. 40,000 can buy you a lot of stuff.
I hope she wins, or I'm gonna feel really bad. I know I said that about everyone, but I just want to keep reminding you. If they lose, I'll feel really bad. Ooh, she has a side drop. I just said, don't lose all your health.
That's how you win.
Dude, that was great advice.
Well, I can't look at tilted, bro. My FPS drops to 40 every time I look over there.
You should win. Use the 50 grand to buy a better computer. 3 people left. I'm gonna remind her she has a jump head, just to be nice.
I remembered. I got that.
Okay. Alright. I'll just stand over here.
Oh my god.
I would say, why the f are you shooting at someone so far away? But nope. I'll just mind my own business. Oh, there's 2 people left. I'd let them find it out, honestly.
No! Oh my god.
No!
Oh god. Oh, and she's getting sniped at too.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
She has no clue where he is.
Oh! I did. Oh!
Okay.
Simon.
Oh my god!
Nutcracker win.
I was so confident. I was so confident.
I know.
Oh, well. We tried.
What are we giving her? Let's give her $1,000.
Yeah,
each.
$1,000 each.
Dude.
I guess so.
Opening parenthesis.
Serious? There was a second place prize or third place prize.
No, there wasn't.
Tk you both. You
win a solo game. Me and Simon will donate 60.
Thank you for the tip, Mr. Beast. If you win a solo game, me and Simon will donate $60,000. I can win a solo game, just not like a specific solo game, you know? Also, I've had a beer.
Next game.
Everything... Miniminter, thank you for the tip. You did what the challenge think was $60,000 could do. I know, that's a freaking lot of money. Let me put my lucky backpack on.
That is true. None of the other guys had lucky backpacks. It's probably why they all lost.
I'm tempted just to drop tilted for the meme.
She just said she's... My body can't believe those words. $60,000. And she's like, I had to go to Tilted for the meme. I don't want 60 grand.
Think of what you could buy with 60,000. Is this how it's gonna be? I'm gonna be distracted the whole time as well, or see, I could just play it safe, but that'd be really boring.
Oh my god, no! What if she hits like a crazy headshot right
I want her to win because she has a lucky backpack.
Oh my god!
Oh!
What a shame!
No!
$60,000.
Sorry.
I just got DM from Simon and Mr. Beast saying that they will donate me $70,000 if I win this next game of Fortnite. I am shaking right now. Good luck, man. $70,000 is a lot of money. Calm down, Jack. You practiced for this moment. You've watched some Mr. Beast videos. What should I be doing? What else can earn me money right now? How many blinks in 15 seconds? Ah! That's gotta be worth some sort of money. Don't lose, this isn't a joke. Oh, I know it's not a joke.
Dude, if he doesn't win, I'm gonna be mad.
Mr. Beast, it's Quid this time, don't lose. Thanks to Quid, we all love Quid. We love Quid! Download Quid! Get stickers! There's 3 staples in life. Death, taxes, loving Quid.
He nailed it. Pretty accurate.
If I lose, I'll probably never have my parents speak to me again. They will probably disown me.
Oh my god!
Tournament for what? Gold P90.
Who needs a Fortnite tournament when you have this? Wow, luck is on his side. No bandies. He's too cool for bandages. He's like, I don't need them. I won't take damage.
There's already only 73 people alive.
Dude, he got some killer loot too. He's set. I think he won. Spam Doritos, snack to Jack. They're spamming Doritos.
Spam Doritos.
One day I can have a live stream chat that's as supportive as him. When he's stressed, they give him Doritos.
This is so messed up, dude. Mr. Beast, go back to making friggin', oh my god.
Friggin' what? Say it.
I can't even think of a joke. Think of everything you could buy with $70,000. Mr. Beast, stop, dude. You're not helping. My hands are already shaking it up. Just actually stop, dude. I have almost 1,400 wins. This is all I've done for the last 9 months to prepare for this moment.
That's so true. That's the 21st century.
Really?
2 random guys will give you 70.
So if I get sniped right now,
He's already donated $130 so far.
Llama! Oh, it's a sign!
What?
Llama! Get the llama!
I'm
Get the
literally kicking
llama!
my feet. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a trap! This is where it all goes down.
Oh my god!
We're not gonna judge it. We really won't. Someone took his llama. Courage is... Oh,
I took the llama!
At all, folks.
I don't like it. Dude, I'm nervous.
Damn!
He's gonna be out of math by the time he gets there. Oh, no, this is not good. This
It's so low, man.
Oh, he's moving because of the zone.
Live to fight another day, boys.
Is that a shark?
Yeah. I was about to ask the same
Let's go,
thing.
baby!
Alright, there
Not
we
done
go.
yet! Hey, yo, Quid, I'll link the PayPal, baby! I'll link the PayPal, Quid! Oh! Alright, I might be done now.
Quinn was like, what?
Oh, no!
Oh, damn.
Not done yet, Quid!
Please let this guy
I
win!
will say, out of everyone so far, he does look like the best chances of winning. He has a really good loadout.
If I die to the zone here, Mr. Beast and Simon, can we cut this like 50-50, fam? Aruba sounds good this time of year, you know? Like that. Hey, y'all hear me loud and clear? Simon and Mr. Beast?
Nope, sorry.
No, I can't hear you. What?
No, we are not finna do that, kid. That ain't it, buddy. That ain't it, bud.
No, sir, kid. I feel like I'm way more nervous than the other people. I genuinely want this guy to win. Jesus Christ.
Going all out.
Wow. Courage.
Go for it,
Calm
dude!
down, man.
That ain't it, Chief.
Just in case you weren't aware.
That ain't it, Chief. In case you guys didn't know, that ain't it. This next one might be it, but that ain't it. That better be top comment. That ain't it.
I need material so bad. Where the hell was that even from? Top 10, baby. Let's go. Simon, you gotta stop, bro.
Yeah, do you think he's got this?
Honestly, I do think he's gonna win, but I'm like genuinely nervous for him. Like I'm kind
I'm
of
so scared.
I know, dude. Like he seems so happy and just positive. Like I really think he deserves the money. Jack, you've trained your whole life for this. Don't let us down, man.
Yo, no matter what, Mr. Beast and Simon,
Yeah.
Quid, I love all you guys. Obviously, you guys are collaborating, but especially you, Mr. Beast, what you've done for so many content creators out there. Dear Lord, if you're out there, whatever higher power everyone believes in, pray to it.
He's like a little kid, but at the same time an adult, which is what I like about him.
And on me, zone here.
Oh my god.
Fuck! Wait, what is that? Half the zones. How? Dude, that's a tiny circle.
Gotta let these guys get in a fight over here.
Just hide in the trees. Jack, hide. Dude, he cannot land a shot. That's like a 3-way stalemate right here.
Oh no.
Oh no, Jack. Jack. Oh, the zone's outside the zone. This is it. Okay, this is it. This is a chance.
He's gonna try and trap him outside.
Oh my god!
Nice.
Alright.
I thought he died. Alright.
35,000.
Yeah, 35,000 each. Do it as quick as
Okay.
you can. GG.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What? My mom's not even answering. Pick up the phone, Mom. 35,000.
Pick up the phone.
Donation says unreal. Dad, there are these two very popular YouTubers. One is named Mr. Beast. The other one is named Mini Minto from the Cyber. They just joined my stream and said, if you win this next game, we'll send you $70,000. And I just won the game, Dad. I just got donated already $35,000 from Simon, and Mr. Beast is sending another $35,000. Oh yeah, one sec. Here we go. Ready?
Thanks, Quid.
I love it. $15,000 from Mr. Beast. It's bugging for me. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, Mr. Beast just donated another $9,000. Oh my god. So Minnie donated 35 grand and said Unreal GG. Then Mr. Beast donated 15 grand and said it's bugging for me. Then Mr. Beast donated 9,000 and says I have lots of little donations. What on earth? $70,000. It won't let me donate the rest. PayPal sucks. Another $1,000 for Mr. Beast.
Alright, I got the last 10K to go through. I just had to use my phone.
All I gotta do is put my mind to this shit. Cancel out my ex, I put a line through that.
Oh my god.
Mr. Beast and Simon just changed my life. What are you guys doing? Another 1,000? Can I get a good crying face for the thumbnail?
Can I get a good crying face for the thumbnail? Why you be?
Oh my god.
How was that?
That's a good thumbnail.
All I gotta do is put
Oh, damn.
Crying.
So basically, we have like $22,000 left, and we really feel bad about all the people that lost, and we don't want them to be really bummed. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the remaining amount of money, and instead of challenging more people, we're just gonna split it between all the people that lost. Just, you know, so they feel better.
You were so close.
Why?
Aww. Dude.
That is nice.
Oh my beast.
Hey, there's ours.
Here, go buy a Snickers.
I like Snickers. Can
Go
I
buy a
something else?
Snickers.
I don't like those kind of nuts. I'm gonna fucking pay for my mom's holiday now, man.
What a great
My
guy.
life is fucking crazy.
The second person that lost that we're gonna go back through and donate to is
Oh, this
Asher's. Yeah, because we feel bad that people lost.
That's extra? That's extra?
I told her we had extra money, so she should start her stream back up.
That's extra? What the? That's not extra! That's not extra!
Simon, oh my god. Isn't Quid an amazing app? You know what? Get your phones out and stream and chat. I want to download.
It's an interactive experience. Everyone follow.
Let's all do it! Open up your phone, go to App Store, download Quid. Yeah!
Everyone download Quid right now. I'm being serious. Download Quid. Oh my god, boys, thank you. I didn't even win. I got 5th.
Alright, let's do that last guy, and then I think we're good.
Cloudy, that, my friend, is Mr. Beast.
Can you end the video for me and say thanks to Keith's smile?
Anything for you guys. Big shout out to Quid for making this video possible. If you don't know who they are, check them out. They're the reason why this is possible. This is the reason. They're the reason.
English. It's not proper sentences, but they make sense. Dude, we've been recording for 6 hours. It took us 6 hours to give away $100,000. I can't believe we just gave random people $100,000. If you're not already, subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Like the video, and crazy what I'm able to do through YouTube. Actually, really crazy.
Fork night.
That was great.
Oh, damn. I want to see the...
Look, you don't need to be a streamer or a famous YouTuber to share your gameplay with Metal. We
What
make it
the
as easy as
hell?
possible to create and
Yeah, that's better. Read the comments. Sean, I thought I could hear The Simpsons. Steven, savage to what degree? Shirk? Problem with recording, I guess. Win by letting them kill each other. So that's what, 75 grand? 100 grand? Wow, that's a lot of money. Like I say, absolutely fair play to him, because as he said in quite a few of his videos, all the money that he makes from it, a lot of it gets reinvested into the videos, because I think he's actually listed in Forbes magazine as being one of the wealthiest YouTubers. The man's set for life. He's just doing this because, how to put this? He reminds me of what I would be like if I had that kind of money. He just wants to go out and help his fellow man, you know? Like, for example, that type of money, I'd just go, okay, Raiden, here's the keys to your own dojo. The fuck?
Hey!
Or Lydia's case, I don't know, the keys to her own nerd shop where she could just do nothing but reminisce in the good days of Arrow.
Yeah, those first 2 seasons, yeah.
Imagine
they were great.
Imagine, like, go to Oni. Okay, Oni, you can have it. The keys to my own hunting shop. The keys to your own hunting shop. Yeah.
No, it's like he'd be like, here's a room full of a bunch of gunplas. Like, what? Walk into the room.
Gunpla on gunpla and go. Excuse me. I need to go take a chamomile tea. I need to calm down. Yeah, too much gunpla. Gunpla. Imagine like him wearing a t-shirt. I just gunplod.
That's scary.
2 simple words. It's Oni.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, if I ever start deciding to stream more often onto Twitch and I happen to see Mr. Beast hovering in the comment section, I'll be like, oh, it's gonna happen. It's like, I know where this is going. Although the second before last, the girl going, that's extra. It's like, I think everybody be saying the exact same thing. It's just like, what the hell? Oh dear. I may just do it at some stage, Steve. Also, because I've actually got my Teespring page interlinked with my Twitch page. So if I ever decide to start streaming on there in the future, most of my merchandise from there will be in there. And you know, just to those that are listening in there, if you do find something on the Teespring page that you find to your liking, every sale that's made will actually help to help fund the channel. And when I say fund the channel, I don't mean in ways like, you know, pay for ads for commercials or what have you. It's just to be able to buy new equipment, buy new software that will enable me to do things that I can't do at the moment. I know we do, you know, I go with the philosophy of work with what you have rather than what you don't have, but sometimes it doesn't hurt to upgrade, because if you want quality, you have to get quality. I mean, I'm thinking about doing like a variant on. Oh god. All right, Steve. How about this? I'll run it by Kaiju and I'll run it by Enshoma. But if I do that, is that a subtle hint that you would buy it? He wants to know, is there a Shut Up Raph t-shirt? So like I say, if I can get it clear with Kaiju and I get it clear with Enshoma, then we'll talk. But, you know, I have to get... How to put this? It'd be like taking a, you know, a sprite design that Random did and then putting it on a t-shirt and I make money off it. That's not cool. He said he would buy it. Okay, we got an idea for a t-shirt. Because one of the t-shirts that I've got currently, I'll actually find it on my Teespring page a second. Give me a moment. Right. Yeah. No. Go down. No, we want the classic tee. Come on. Will you go? That's it. Go down to that one. No, we'll have it in navy blue. Navy blue looks better. Oh, yeah, that works too. One of the variants that I have is an expression that I use on here from time to time. It's the weekend. We're allowed to be weird, but one of the ones I'm thinking about changing it to is it's the weekend. We're allowed to switch off. You know, like how you just give people options, not like to say, one of Cena's umpteenth T-shirt designs where he just changes different colors and what have you, to the point where he was resembling a big fat ball of Fruity Pebbles. And the irony, The Rock actually was unintentionally gave the idea for Cena to be the poster child for Fruity Pebbles. Oh, no. But basically, one of the ideas I'm thinking about, like I say, changing it to is it's the weekend, we're allowed to switch off. The only reason I have we're allowed to be weird because, well, I'm kooky, I'm weird and eccentric, and that's how I like me. Steve says, might use that for a convention t-shirt as most cons I go to are at the weekend. Nice. I mean, I meant to ask this question a while back because obviously we live in a day and age where everybody gets offended over anything and everything. Is there anything wrong with that particular t-shirt design? Just so that we have everything out in the open. Is there anything wrong with that?
Nah. Not really.
Not really.
I was going to say, Lid, you sounded like you were hesitating for a second.
No, I was trying to read it.
Fair enough. Because the only reason I've got it set at 1712, and I'm guessing it's something else in dollars, is because that was one of the things I try to do with the pricing on there. I try to set it to the lowest that I can push it so that, one, people are not being ripped off, but at the same time, I still get a little something out of it because Teespring have to take 10% because they're affording me the opportunity to put my designs on there just so that people are able to buy them. Because it's like if you go put something up on eBay to be put up for sale or put up for auction, they got to take a little something from it because otherwise they'll basically tell you, hit the road, Jack. Because they're a service, they're there to make money as well, so they got to take a little something. So Because the original price that Teespring wanted to set it at was $24, and I personally think that's too much for a t-shirt. Way too much. If it was like a limited edition, like it was signed, let's just say, like I say, if you go onto, say, WWE shop and you get a t-shirt that is exclusively signed by The Rock and it's $24 to $34, I will quite happily pay for that, because you know it's, you know, a certificate of authenticity, and you know that's one of those things like, this is signed by The Rock, I'm not wearing this. This is going to get framed and put up on the wall. But for like a regular t-shirt, I don't think $17 is unreasonable. I think that's probably more than reasonable. Because the trade-off with that is, I think the profit I would make from that would probably be probably no more than $9 to $10. Because like I said, there's that little give back, because like I say, Teespring, you've got to make some money from it. The other options that you also have, it's not just a classic tee, you have a women's tri-bend tee. I'm not quite sure what that relates to, but I figured, you know, it's always best to have options. There's the standard college hoodie. Personally, I think $36 is a bit of an ask for a hoodie, but I couldn't push it any lower because then I wouldn't make any money from it. And of course, there's the mug, and then phone cases. Oh yeah, this is... Liz, can you understand this one where they have an option of women's boyfriend t-shirt?
I mean... No, I can understand it, because like oversized t-shirts were like kind of the rage back then.
Okay. There are some other designs that I'm possibly looking to work on, but at the moment it's a case of just work with what you have and not, you know, overshooting or anything. Because at the moment I don't have too many other designs to use from that. I'm just trying to focus on the simpler stuff and just try and make more out of that. Well, one that I have put on, let me see if I can find the... Because I tried to put a couple of philosophical ones on there. I didn't do an iPhone case for that. That's interesting. Some might think of this as being a little too deep, but I think some people might appreciate the sentiment of what I'm going with for this. It matters not what hand you were dealt in life. What matters is the hand you play against it. And I was trying, and I stress trying, to get this... I did do an iPhone case. Nice. I was.
Hey, you did. And the Samsung one.
Hmm?
And the Samsung one.
I was trying to get this for a colleague at work because she was going through some stuff at the time that she told me on the low, so I'm not going to go repeating what she said, but I felt like trying to get her something that would make her look and think, okay, I can work with that. I like to think I'm the sort that I can't fix the situation, but I can help plant an idea in their heads that makes them think, okay then. Or words to that effect. But, like I say, if anybody, knows that, even if it's just something as simple as buying a coffee mug or, getting window decal stickers and they just want something a little bit different, all of this helps to go fund the channel because I'm not in a position at the moment, awareness-wise or subscriber-wise, to be partnered again, whether it's through the YouTube partnership program or through Freedom again, which probably would be my go-to because they accepted me through twice. the first time round was because I had lost at the time the ability to be able to schedule videos in late 2015. I was trying to get as much uploaded as possible within the time frame that I had left before I would lose certain features, which are now just basic standard features on YouTube. I was kind of uploading too many videos too quickly, and one video I uploaded, they said I'd been spamming, and what I went to say with the video in the description, this is a re-upload from my original channel, and it was just talking about the description, the description of the video in question, which was, I think it was coming up to Money in the Bank 2013, and it was just talking about the details that were coming up for that pay-per-view, and I made my case when I was prompted. They went and analyzed it. The channel was reinstated, but because I had a community strike, I couldn't upload anything more than videos of 15 minutes, and I wasn't able to live stream for 6 months. So, I thought, well, I had my channel reinstated. This is a second chance. It's like, I'm not going to question this. And then round about late March 2016, because I had calculated it, there would be like, it's probably going to be about early to mid-April by the time I get like all the full features reinstated. And I log in one day, no community strikes, no other warnings. I'm able to go get, repartnered up with Freedom. That sort of thing where you have to do a double take, where you think, hang on a minute, is this for real? It's like if you go on to Twitter and you get like a notification saying Stone Cold Steve Austin responded to your tweet. You're like, hold up, let me refresh, let me just make sure this is not a trick of the mind, or if I'm seeing things. And it's like, nope, there it is in plain black and white. So
for me, it would be more of like, is this a fan account? Hold on.
I do actually check for little things like that, because one time I actually thought Chris Evans was following my Twitter, but then I go and check the description. No, it's just a fan account. And I'm like, damn it. Although, weirdest thing, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago, I looked on my Twitter, and Dana Harvey of Wayne's World was following my Twitter. I'm like, wait, hold up. I'm like, Garth? And I had to go to it, to the Twitter account in question. I'm like, no, it's Garth. I'm like, damn.
As soon as if that ever happened to me, that's the second I do that. It's like, Dana Carvey's followed me on Twitter. I do the Wayne's World gif of, we're not worthy.
But yeah, because I'm not in a position to be repartnered again due to the changing of certain conditions in 2018 because of what a certain Paul brother did. Well, to be fair, higher ups have said this would have happened without his incident, but what he did in Japan kind of kicked down the door early. So, sales from Teespring will help. I'm still mulling over. Yeah, Steven just says stupid Logan. No, I think that would be a compliment more than anything. I'm still mulling over whether to get a Patreon or not, because I hear like very differing things. Because some people say if you get a Patreon, you're not allowed to copyright infringe on certain things. So that would put Doug at a loss because most of his stuff is just copyright infringed everything. What I try to do, because this is something I would probably have to look over with somebody who is an expert of determining what is correct and what isn't, because as most people know, I do use copyrighted footage for the movie reviews, but I try to do it in such a way whereby I use it as little as possible and within the confines of of the parody satire clause. As long as you're using it for like a transformative piece of work, then you're fine. Steven says, I could think of other things, but not going to say them on here. Well, Steve, with regards to Logan Paul, it's just giving the man more coverage, and that's something he doesn't deserve. But yeah, like I say, I just try to keep the copyrighted footage down to a bare minimum, because I was half expecting, like a copyright claim to be flagged up for Back to the Future Part 2. Nothing. Same thing with Hulk. Although one did flag up for the Hulk versus Hulk review that when I re-uploaded it in 2016, but that was only like after 3 or 4 years after I'd uploaded it first time. And I'm amazed that one is actually one of my most viewed. It's actually my second most viewed video, because the first one is of gorilla feeding at Bristol Zoo, and I'm looking thinking, I don't think it was that good of a video, but okay, thank you for the 9,000 views on that. It's just like, just take it and run. Says Thunderbirds Are Go got a few strikes. In what way, Steve? Because I don't recall. Actually, let me just see copyright notices. Because I'm just having a look at what I've got copyright claims on. The only one that comes to mind is the turbocharged Thunderbirds. That was painful to get through. I'm sorry, whoever thought that was a clever idea really needs to think their life choices. Your reviews for one of the episodes. Really? Oh, that's interesting, because I'm looking at the copyright notices in my video section. I'm not noticing any strikes of any kind. Like I say, the only one that comes remotely close is no. That's right. I should actually clear a little something up with that. That was actually from season 2. It was actually the episode where they had the hover bikes in. No, I don't think I actually used any footage. Not even on my previous channel. What it was, I used screen caps, but somebody on the Thunderbirds Are Go forum on Facebook, one of them reacted angrily to me using that. Another one was of a similar thinking, but he actually explained, saying you might not want to use those, just for the safety of your channel. So yeah, I took those out and then just had it as a text background whilst doing the voiceovers, because I thought it would be fine, because it's still a transformative piece of work. But considering most of the viewership for my channel at this current point in time is mostly for Thunderbirds, it wasn't worth Dude, it's fine. Don't worry. Like I say, the closest that I've ever had any type of copyright claim on my channel is, for the turbocharged Thunderbirds. Because copyright strike is where somebody will put a strike on your account for using somebody else's work and they're not okay with it. Copyright claim is where they know that you're using their stuff, but they're going to allow you to keep it. The only difference is they're going to place ads on it and then make money off of it. But it's their stuff, so that bit I don't have a problem with because, if it gets more eyeballs onto the channel, I'm okay with that. Because I actually had one video taken down by WWE in, I believe it was either November 2008 or 2009, and I was doing a preview for that year's Survivor Series, and WWE had it taken down even though they were just screen caps. There was no actual footage leading up to the pay-per-view in question. It was just like screen caps of, this Divas Survivor Series match and then and everything else and what have you. And that's when I made the switch, I think in early 2009, to just having like text backgrounds, because WWE are that sensitive and protective of their IP on YouTube. Because I bump into Marky Danger on occasion where I live, and he's had multiple videos taken down from his channel, even though they're doing it within fair use. And unfortunately, he gets comment drama wars started in his comments section, where like people from different channels and whatnot just starting like a Twitter styled comment section war on YouTube, just like, oh, this sucks from TNA, no, this sucks from WWE, let's fight in the comment section. Blah, 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 blah. It's the sort of immaturity that you expect on Twitter and Facebook. You don't expect on YouTube. Steve says, I wish they would do more toys. Thunderbirds are go. I know some of the new pod designs, such as the Pod Explorer and the Dragonfly pod. The Mechanics vehicles and the Chaos Crew would make good toys. Maybe. But yeah. Yeah, because WWE, even if you put like a PNG logo in the background, they get that anal about it.
Of course they do.
Which is why, whenever I've done, podcasts, whether it's Skype recordings or doing live streams, and I happen to put like a banner, somebody will say, oh, that's the WrestleMania, it's the WrestleMania logo. What it is, I've just typed out WrestleMania in Vegas, just using a font style. Because last time I checked, you can't copyright, words or stylings, to at least to my understanding. You can't copyright the English language. And also, how would you know that they're having a Skype discussion or a live stream discussion about WrestleMania unless you have it listed as a picture or as a title or in the description? It's just like, you want your product to be help to be promoted. Don't you think you should allow the fans to be able to say their 2 cents, considering they're your bread and butter? I remember even Kurt Angle saying that, Vince wants everything all contained under one house. He doesn't want outside opinions. Like, oh, jeez. If he actually had outside opinions, his product might actually be better. But, I actually asked Random what it would take for him to come back to watch WWE as a fan, because I was genuinely curious. His answer was a little bit dark.
How dark were we talking?
He said the only way I would come back to watching WWE is if Vince McMahon was 6 feet under, and I'm like, oh. I mean, I don't want to see him running the company anymore, because I think he's past it, but I wouldn't wish ill will on the man. Because it's like I say, there's a line in the sand. There are things like, I wish he wasn't running the company anymore. I wish it was someone else doing it, but I don't wish, death on somebody. And I don't think he was really meaning that, like he was wishing it for him to be like that. I think he's just saying the only way I would watch it is if he was gone. But then again, it's random. He likes to go to places. And it's places that I don't even think L-Man would go to, and L-Man likes to go to creepy places.
As L-Man would.
Yeah. Because we all know what type of, Christmas party you'd like to have with Heath Slater. The less we say about that, the better. But then again, it'd be no different back in the day if, Oni was making a Christmas-themed party. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to go to Mickey James's sexy Christmas party.
Okay.
Which he would.
Yes, we know.
Yeah, but then Steven's like, oh no, not that. Then again, it'd be no different if, say, Lids wanted to go to an Arrow at Christmas party, but season 1. Because Lids does not like anything past season 2.
I kind of sort of did, but I like torture.
Don't we all?
Yeah. Oh, it's like this whole. I know we've said this so many times over. It's like when we called Oni out during the first season of SKL, where even Raiden said, "Look, Oni, you hate TNA, yet you keep going back to it." It's like, dude, come away from it. TNA is not your friend.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and then he's like doing the same thing with AEW. I'm sorry, like he has points, but I think he's looking at it from a lens of like these guys are idiots and also fuck the Young Bucks. I'm like you can hate them all you want. Just calm down, please.
Yeah, that's...
You don't have to watch it if you don't want to. That's all I say to him.
Yeah, in the words of MJ, Oni's Oni.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He even criticized Impact when they got banned on Twitch one time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the sort of thing that I know he's listening to this, and Oni, don't go shaking your head or face palming because you know this is true. I would actually purposely write in the notes because I was getting to a point, I think, during season 2 and 3 where he would just drag segments out on Raw and TNA, and I'm like, no, I'm writing the Raw section for you because we want to try and get through this within 30 minutes plus, which I think is more than reasonable for a weekly roundup of wrestling. It got to one point, 20 minutes in, and we were still on Raw.
Oh, good lord.
Which meant by the time it got to me to get through the SmackDown review, I had to shoot through it in 10 minutes. And I would actually have, things planned out with a few jokes appropriately placed. Because I like to try and do humor whereby it's within the moment, but you don't, you don't stall on that one spot for like 3 to 4 minutes. You might have a joke about it for, say, 50 seconds, if that, and then you move on. But he would stay on like this one segment on TNA, where particularly with whether it was with Aces and Eights, whether it was with Eric Young being one half of the, of the Knockouts Tag Team Champions, and I'm like, we're doing this again, aren't we? Or the stuff that he would cover with Samuel Shaw, and I'd never seen any of the segments with Samuel Shaw, and I'm like, I don't want to watch. I've never seen this, and it's already creeping me out.
Yeah, the way he was portrayed, he was known as think Norman Bates.
Ugh. And even Elman at one stage saying, family Christmas songs with Samuel Shaw, and I'm like, don't do that. Please don't do that. No, because I think we're doing could you imagine like the Bray Wyatt Christmas album? Like, no. Please don't.
No. No.
I can.
No.
Yeah, but thankfully you're not as psychotic as Oni. No, because
different strokes, I guess.
I was just so glad when we got to, I think it was just after the half point of season 4, we practically begged him, stop it with TNA, because I think when we had it was this one week where we had the most dislikes, and the top comment was, and this was on my previous channel, it said, and I quote, "The raging loudmouth makes this unwatchable." I'm like,
yeah.
Ooh.
I mean,
oh god,
ouch.
That was the wake-up call, though. It's like, okay, dude, tone it back a little bit. When we went to season 5, I think that's when, everything was at a nice, fine balance, because we'd hear little things like, oh, we need to watch this stuff with Tina. It's like, no, Oni, we're going to take you away a moment to this lovely little place of, you do this and we make you, watch an entire season of Hogan Knows Best. It's like, Season 6 was probably the best summer season we've had. Season 7, that's one season I'd like to forget in a hurry. Mainly because that was the start of the Authorita angle. Yeah, less we say about that, the better. Season 8 is actually probably... Seasons 5 and 8 are my favourites. Simply because of the type of writing that went into it and just the reactions. I think one of my favoured reactions was that one week where they had Country Week in 2014 on Raw, and it was the Broadway musical Street Fight, and it was just hearing it was just hearing the reactions from Weavile and Oni, where Christian, tried smacking Sheamus with a guitar, and I simply go, I know they say to strike a chord with your audience, but I don't think that's what they had in mind. And then I end with, Sheamus wins via Broker getting the boot, and via the boot of his own drum, music to my ears. And he's like, stop, please, no more. And I'm like, oh, this coming from the guy that made multiple James Bond puns when Del Rio was showing up in an Aston Martin when Raw was in WWE, and he just goes, well, it was A View to a Kill, and after the 5th or 7th Bond pun, even Elman's like, stop it, I will kill you. So I just find that a little bit ironic. He tells me off for that, yet And all it was in 2012 is when Raw was in Manchester for that week. He comes out in an Aston Martin, and I just simply go, the name's Del Rio, Alberto Del Rio, licensed to steal the win, or words to that effect. And he just goes, dude, that's terrible. And I'm like, really now? I don't know. And as things go for the Rumble this evening, I still haven't made my mind up if I'm going to watch or not. Because the lineup that they've got for it... How to phrase this?
Poo pack of ass.
I was trying to be polite. It's not forcing me away, but it's not giving me any incentive to watch it. If that makes any sense.
I mean, if I'm being honest, there's like 2 matches you could watch. Fiend versus Daniel Bryan and Asuka Becky 2. And, of course, the Rumble matches itself. The rest, you can skip.
Apparently, Shane is rumored to be here tonight.
No. Can we not? We're done. No, I'm leaving.
I know there was one word on the wire going back to about 2017, 2018. There was talk of penciling him in to not only win the Rumble, but to also make him WWE champion.
Oh. Okay. Oh. I'm a fan of Shane's with the next girl, but no. Just no.
Let's be fair. If Shane did accomplish that, he would only be the second McMahon to not only win the Rumble, but to also be WWE champion, because McMahon did that in 99. But then again, Vince is the only McMahon to be WWE and ECW champion. I remember the backlash of that in 07. They were
with the damn do-rags, man.
Oh, God, no. No.
And here's a thing. Part of me wonders, with that video package of the ECW stars reacting to it, I wonder how much of that was actually acting. Plus, I loved it on, the night after on Raw. You have Cena and Vince, just conversing. Shawn comes in, looks at Vince for a second, looks to Cena, looks twice at Vince, is like, what the hell is wrong with you? That's a segment we need to watch again at some point, but obviously I'm not going to stream it in here because, I don't want to get flagged, but, it's just one of those moments where you're looking thinking, what's wrong with you? Oh, dear. But no, if Shane had done that, he would have put a slightly more impressive resume, because he's the only McMahon so far to be European and hardcore champion. Not that means much to the current crowd, because both of those are retired belts, although people think of the 24/7 title as the spiritual successor, but ask yourself, is it really the same?
No, because I don't see people injuring themselves or hitting themselves with frying pans. No, that's not a hardcore belt. That's just people running around like idiots.
Yeah. Plus, I forget what video was, because I was going through my YouTube feed on my phone the other day, because, I wake up on my days off and I have a look through YouTube after just woken up. It's probably not the wisest thing to look through social media when, you're half awake and your other half is thinking that you're fighting people in Gotham, but that's a fantasy for another time. And there was a Photoshop image of Stone Cold holding the 24/7 title. Now, on one hand, that would be something to talk about, but the thing I take away from that is Stone Cold's a 6-time world champion. Why would he want the 24/7 title? Because he wouldn't. That'd be like The Rock becoming European champion. Because The Rock doesn't need the European title. If he ever gets the US title, then he can actually lay claim to being a Grand Slam champion, but Rock's at a level now where, you know, he's a 10-time world champion in general. What does he need anything else for? Although, according to Wrestler Mia, one of the ideas that they have for this year, and take this at, you know, with a pinch of salt at face value, 2 angles that are supposed to coincide with each other is that apparently Roman is set to turn heel at Mania after winning the Universal title. And this lines up with the other rumor that Rock will come back and get very disagreeable with it, and it will result in a Universal title match at SummerSlam. Now, on one hand, that's a great fantasy booking, but I don't see the latter happening. I see the former happening, but I don't see Rock coming back to face Roman. Steven says they need new blood as the head of the company. Yes, they do. And the other rumor I'm hearing is that Austin is set to enter the Rumble tonight, and he's going to win, and he's going to dethrone Brock for the WWE title at WrestleMania. Now, 18-year-old me is doing jumping jacks and cartwheels, being like, yes, 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 please let this once be true. But I don't see that happening. Because although Austin has said that he feels like he has got one match left in him, and he said he would only do it, he would do it if he was offered like the crown jewel money, which, given how the last couple of events have gone down, the superstars are like, nope. Because when you get people like Rollins, Daniel Bryan, Jericho, and Cena just going, we say no. There, there's something wrong. But, typical wacky Mackey and what have you, they've signed an extension to the current deal, so there's going to be 2 major events over there each year, which, from a financial standpoint, I get it. Because they go over there and I think the last pay-per-view they made something like 500 mil. Now that's, well, to McMahon, that's like, the line from Transformers 3, do not tempt my addiction. But I often think there should be a time where common sense outweighs the financial outcome. And it's just further proving why he needs to go. Because from what was documented last year, he was on the first jet out before all the other superstars, and they were held back for something like 24 hours on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and of course, with regards to the card, I think the only ones that probably have me remotely interested, Asuka versus Becky Lynch, definitely being one of them, and the other being Daniel Bryan versus The Fiend. And Becky Lynch has raised a few eyebrows with some of the things that she had to say on WWE Backstage last week. She says that the the way, the women's division has come on leaps and bounds and what have you, but they said in order for the women's division to be, to go further and to actually prosper is to eliminate the word women altogether. I understand to treat the women's division equally with regards to respect and promotion as the men's segments. Steven's saying, I think he's saying with regards to management, dick moves saving their own hide and letting the others stuck. Well, it's Vince McMahon for you. I understand where Becky's coming from with regards to, having the women's matches and segments being treated in the same respect as men. But don't you think that's going to provide a little bit of confusion? If you say you want to eliminate the term women, how are they going to recognize your championship? So are we going to have a situation where you clearly see it's the Raw Women's Championship, but she wants it to not be called the Raw Women's Championship, and somebody in the comments section on WWE on Fox goes, so what are you saying? That she's going to be the Raw Humans Championship? It's causing confusion where it doesn't need to have confusion, if that makes any sense.
I think she's learning from her fiance how to talk out of her own ass. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing.
Honestly, I find that debatable. I feel like in a sense she misworded it.
Good point.
I mean, let's be fair. No one can fuck up Twitter more than Rollins. I have admitted that multiple times last year. But the thing with Becky, from what I've heard, she's definitely caping for a lot of the women backstage. Trying to just, I guess you could say, be a locker room leader, especially giving them more respect. Because over the years, aside from good matches, Women's Revolution as a whole has been, how do I put it?
Lackluster.
There's that too, yeah. But yeah. I mean, I definitely heard she was caping so hard for like Asuka to be this full-blown monster again, like she was in NXT. Listen, I know WWE, I know they're gonna fuck it up, but at least some on the inside are trying to rectify it. So I'll give her props on that. I mean, I think, and the thing with Becky saying, I think it was more of equality than just eliminating the term women in a sense.
Yeah,
that's where I get it. Because I remember heard this the first time I was the news literally broke me, because I can deal with WWE stupidity, but this took the cake for me at the time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I think in general where people have the misconception of equality. You want the women's to be treated in the same respect in the men's, then treat it with regards to, where men get, the women get the same type of creative writing and energy as the same as the men do. The thing I find is, don't try to say that men and women are, exactly the same as each other. It's like, how do I put this? View their matches and enjoy them for different reasons, but enjoy them equally. I think it's actually a line that I remember from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, because I think it was the episode where they wanted to know what was in the trust fund will. Phil says something, and this is something that's stuck with me for quite a few years. I love you all for different reasons, but I love you all equally. And I think take that sort of sentiment and mentality, put, craft the writing and the outcomes differently for the men's and women's matches and segments, but treat them equally, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. But, like I say, the Rumble card itself, it looks a little... Again, I'm sticking with what I said earlier. It's not giving me any reason to say forget this, but it's not giving me any incentives to re-sign up to the network. The only way I would, I would happily resubscribe to the network, and people can, have me quoted in this. They can use this, for future months and what have you. The only way I would resubscribe to the network for the next 8 months, if you could guarantee me that Stone Cold was going to enter the Rumble, win the match, and then go to Mania to face Brock for the title and take it off of him. That is the only way I would resubscribe without hesitation. Because I'm a Stone Cold fan. He was my reason for becoming a fan back in the day, but if they go for boring and predictable with Cartman Rollins, winning the Rumble again, that's not going to give me any reason to resubscribe, because are we just going to get the same rinse and repeat? And if Rollins goes on another bitch fit, I will put up a Photoshop saying, "Screw you guys, I'm going home. Crappy storylines is what breaks me." Because if you recall during the Royal Rumble reactions to 2014, there was Oni for ages like, "Yeah, Seth Rollins, he's such a strapping," and there's Oni in the background like, "Ah, oh, damn it." And that's still available on the Raw Down Rebound YouTube page as well, just so you know, Oni.
I definitely remember the Royal Rumble reactions you guys did, and I know your brother Random was there too. And when CM Punk got screwed, I had to hear Oni scream like crazy.
Well, speaking of which, he actually is doing the Rumble commentary tonight. So if anybody wants to join him, follow him on Twitch and see what happens.
He's going to pick number 20. He's going to pick number 27 again.
Yes.
Oh, good lord!
The Women's Royal Rumble where he picked 27, and it was Nikki Bella.
I remember that.
Oh, it's just as bad for when we did the 2012 Rumble, which was the first proper reactions with video footage, because we did one for 2011, but it was just audio and what have you. And when it was number 27 and you hear David Otunga's music goes, "Oh, Oni," in the background.
Oh, honey, no.
I might watch that reaction later, because that was actually quite fun.
Same.
Alright, let's get on with some of the articles for this evening. Let me see. Well, let's actually start off with something somewhat pleasing. Let me see. Oh yeah, would help. The Sonic the Hedgehog movie mascot is very good, actually. The Sonic the Hedgehog movie was shown this week in front of an audience, and it looks like the folks behind the film even rolled out the blue carpet for the Blur. In addition to the usual suspects, Ben Schwartz, James Marsden, and Jim Carrey, there was also a very special guest appearance made by the one and only Sonic the Hedgehog himself. Well, a mascot of the character as he appears in the movie at least. And while the mascot looks pretty good, you can check out several official photos of them with the cast below. It does bring up a number of questions. For example, was there a previous version made for Sonic before the redesign? Did they burn that costume, or is it sitting in a closet somewhere waiting to terrify the unexpecting? Also, who exactly is in the costume here? Regardless, the dedication is appreciated, and the blue carpet photos wouldn't be nearly as fun without them. And I'm just going to go into... Yeah, I quite like that. Let me just post that in as well.
Oh,
that's so cool.
That's neat.
And you have the mascot and then Ben Schwartz voicing him.
That's adorable.
That looks cool. Goes on to say, what do you think of what we've seen of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog movie so far? Are you excited to check out the movie when it releases next month? Let us know in the comments below, or hit me up directly at Twitter at Rolling Bishop to talk all things gaming. I like the simplicity of the mascot, because when you look at this design and Sonic's classic design as it has been for the last 29 years, there's little to no difference. The only difference that there is that it's not like the uni eye like he's had for so many years. This one's just basically, it has the look, but it looks plausibly realistic, for lack of a better description. And I just like the fact you just see the cast with them. And I actually saw a new trailer with Jim Carrey. His delivery of Hedgehog reminded me of Long John Baldry's Robotnik. He just goes, "You're mine, Hedgehog." I'm like, okay, this is going to be good. I already got my tickets booked for that, because I got a feeling this is going to be something special, because a few people have come out from advanced screenings of it, and one lady who was sponsored by Paramount, because every once in a while they, it's not just Paramount. I think like Universal, Sony, and Disney pick selected people just to go to the screenings, and then just give them, because it's a member of the public rather than just people from the office, just to go and see the movie. And the lady said she absolutely loved it. Her kids were falling out into the cinema aisles, laughing their sides open. It's just like, okay. And the clip that's been released so far by several other YouTube channels, whether it's Fandango Movies and what have you, Ben Schwartz's Sonic has Jaleel White's sass. And for me, that's an important criteria, because Sonic needs to have attitude. And it's just this image of, he goes from being wet and cold with the fish on his head, and all of a sudden his fur, just all perms up. I'm like, oh, Sonic, we're going 70s style, I see. But no, I like the dialogue. The chemistry between James Marsden and whoever was sitting in place for Sonic at the time, because it's either a small actor in place, of Sonic, or James is just reacting to nothing, which I find for some actors is jarring, because you have to have either a very good imagination, or they'll do something similar to what I've seen happen with the first Garfield movie, where they had Breckin Meyer, who played John Arbuckle. They would have like all these practice runs where they would have like this cloth cat doll in place just so that Breckin could get his eye line right with regards to where Garfield would be, and then they would do the final shot for real where he's just reacting to nothing. I don't know if they've done that with regards to the Sonic movie, but like I say, the chemistry, just based on that clip alone, it seemed natural and genuine. And I wasn't sure about Ben Schwartz as Sonic at first. I have to say, he's growing on me. But, and maybe I'm saying this out of bias, and if that's the case, okay. But Jaleel is always going to be number one to me. Only because, he was the first one I was introduced to. Like, for some people, Ryan Drummond will always be number one to them, or Jason Griffith, or for some people of this generation, it's Roger Craig Smith. But they're going in the right direction, is all I'm saying. Any thoughts with regards to what they've done with the mascot? Anyone?
Well, it was classy. Looked. It's basic. It's not that jog. I mean, of course, you're gonna have a cool mascot like that just to promote the movie. So, go to my book.
Lids.
Well, it's a classy move. It's like you're acknowledging the fact that you're acknowledging your mascot, and that's fine. And I do kind of like that they're having fun with it. They're having fun with this guy just basically dressed up as the character. It's fun. It's kind of nice.
Okay. Up next, this poster gives Scooby-Doo its definitive Dragon Ball Super crossover.
What?
Oh, you'll see. Right,
okay.
I'm going to go on to the...
I gotta see.
You're going to love this.
Oh my god!
On the twit pic it says full body commission of Shaggy and Scooby as Dragon Ball Super characters.
Oh god. I've seen this.
Scooby as Beerus and Shaggy as Goku. Oh dear. Dragon Ball Super has experienced its fair share of memes since its creation. Time and again, the fandom found ways to celebrate the show's milestone with unexpected memes. Of course, a few were less than expected, and then the advent of Ultra Instinct Shaggy. But the meme has become a favourite, and thanks to one artist, it seems Scooby-Doo has gotten its best crossover yet. Over on Twitter, the artist Tovio Rogers put their take on Scooby-Doo and Shaggy. They decided to turn the pair into Dragon Ball Super characters, and fans admit the duo fit into the series pretty much perfectly. As you can see, Shaggy takes up the place of a fighter like Goku with his hair defying the basic laws of gravity. Shaggy completes his look with a green shirt and vest paired with brown pants. He also swapped his usual shoes for some Saiyan boots with green tips. Of course, Scooby-Doo looks ripped in this drawing, but that doesn't keep him from eating burritos as well. The sleuth has been imagined as God of Destruction, and he's wearing the same outfit which Beerus does in the anime. He even has his earpiece like the Universe 7 Overseer, but he shakes things up with his infamous Scooby-Doo collar. Now Dragon Ball Super fans can only imagine what it would be like if Scooby-Doo were to take on Beerus like this, but plenty of them are rooting for the pup. Beerus might be strong enough to challenge Goku, but there are a few things as powerful as a fan's love for Scooby-Doo. What do you think of the crossover? Let me know in the comments below or hit me up on Twitter at MeganPetersCB to talk things comic books and anime. I do like the little addition of the Scooby collar, just so you know, it's like, okay, that's Scooby. I think it's awesome. It's just, fans' creativity makes me wonder who would be the Scooby-Doo equivalent of Vegeta. Maybe Fred.
No. Scrappy would be a better Vegeta.
We don't talk about Scrappy-Doo. No, Scrappy-Doo is what would happen if they did like a Dragon Ball GT parody of Scooby-Doo, and as Raider says, we don't talk about GT.
Yeah,
I like it. I think the artist in question's definitely got a lot of creativity and skills just to be able to blend the two worlds like that. I got nothing further to add. Raiden, go nuts.
it's awesome. I mean, the artwork's really cool and it's hilarious at the same time. So I dig it. That's all I gotta say.
It's pretty funny. I mean, we're giving into the meme. We get it, but it's funny. I actually do enjoy this, and I do enjoy fan artists coming up with different interpretations. I do enjoy that. That's funny.
Alrighty. This is going to please some potential Arkham fans. Hang on, what? Oh, Sean, what the hell? Sean just says, and I quote, Scrappy-Doo is Yamcha. Oh.
No! That's fair. That is an insult to Yamcha, and you know that.
Damn, dude. Oh. Anyway, moving on to news in question. Rocksteady's rumored Superman game may be an Xbox Series X exclusive. Rocksteady hasn't released a game since 2015, not counting Batman Arkham VR, when it delivered Batman Arkham Knight, the final game in its Batman Arkham trilogy. However, not only has the UK studio not released a proper game since then, it hasn't revealed one either. In the face of this, though, there has been numerous rumours and reports over the years on what it's working on. Most of this scuttlebutt has been pointed to a new Superman game or Injustice game. Meanwhile, there's been a suggestion that there could be developing a Suicide Squad game. For now, it looks like it will be one of the former two, but only time will tell. That said, a new rumour has surfaced that seems to claim there's a Batman or Justice League game coming exclusively to Xbox Series X. The rumour goes way of Neo GAF user Osiris Black, a leaker with a mostly reliable history of scoops. Though the scoops in question are admittedly a bit vague and non-committal. More specifically, when asked about the third-party console exclusive Microsoft's have nagged for the Xbox Series X, they responded with a few teasers, including this video, as which you can see is a pretty big hint at a Superman Xbox Series X console exclusive game, or at least a timed console exclusive. Again, the Neo Geo user in question has a mostly reliable history of leaks and is cited by many as a credible leaker. That said, all of this could be taken with a massive grain of salt given that it's somewhat vague, but mostly because it's unofficial. Until you have official confirmation, then it's best not to give too much credence to any single leak. That said, Microsoft does have an exclusive Superman for Xbox Series X that would be a massive get, and something I imagine would cost them a pretty penny. In fact, I'm not sure why Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment would even contemplate the idea, as it's not something it's really done in the past, unless Microsoft threw an absolute absurd amount of money at the publisher, which is possible. After all, Microsoft does have a massive war chest. Well, if we recall from Arkham Knight, there was a telephone, there was a voicemail from Lex Luthor to Bruce Wayne. Now, either this was just a bone being thrown to the fans or something that was just thrown in there purely for the sake of, or, and this is the what if, what, just maybe, are Rockstar working on a Superman game? And if that's the case, that would be the first one since that woeful Superman Returns game for the PS3 and the Xbox 360 back in the day, because I tried playing that. After the umpteenth time with the fire-breathing dragons around the airships, that's when I'm like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. Here's the thing. I enjoyed the fact they got Brandon Routh to reprise his role as Superman, and I think he did better with regards to the acting because he was given better direction. I thought the CG was fine. I thought the scoring was fine. How to be able to free fly was a different circumstance, and Steven says, or dare we mention the N64? Nope. We don't
let's not.
We don't talk about Superman N64.
Yeah, no, let's not say we did.
The rings, man. The rings.
Unless we forget Darkness the Curse's review of that as well.
No.
Because that was something...
Well, it could be worse. Well, it could be worse. At least it wasn't Superman the Man of Steel. And oh, good lord, that game is dog shit.
I mostly know with regards to Darkness's reviews because it was something that Ace Salieri did in reviewing a reviewer, which, as most people remember, Asa actually, David actually paid Asa $500 for that.
Jesus.
Wow. There was a lot of drama going on between Darkness and David at the time. I'm not going to get into the thick of it because I make a point of not getting involved with Darkness these days. He and I just see things very, very differently, and that's it. But no, like I say, I saw bits and pieces of his review, and I'm just like, oh, this is clearly not for me. Sean goes also, unless you're the AVGN. Oh, that poor bastard. I think the biggest problem is you need to find the right First of all, you need to have the right developer that has the ideal vision of how to do a good Superman game. I mean, with Warner Brothers, when they did Arkham Asylum, they found the right person to do a Batman game. We're like, gosh dang, this is Batman. And we hadn't had that. We didn't have that for a good while. I know they tried with Batman Begins in 2005, and to be fair, I thought that was a good game for the Xbox, personally speaking. But we've never had, at that point, a Batman game that you could talk about it in the same regard as Spider-Man 2 for the Xbox. I mean, that's my...
aside from Spider-Man 2, superhero games weren't getting that much love until, Arkham Asylum came in, and then every started jockeying its style in a good way,
I felt like Arkham Asylum's probably the best out of the trilogy for the simple reason Arkham Asylum didn't go too big and it wasn't too small. It knew its boundaries, but it knew when to try and push the limitations a little. Whereas with Arkham City, and yes, Oni, I'm well aware of the botch I made during season 1 of RDR by saying Arkham City. Dang it, Oni, as a friend, I love you.
I'm doing a podcast.
Okay.
Boy.
And Oni, you're a good friend. I love you to pieces, but good lord, man, you have to remind me for so many years, like, oh, look, it's an Arkham City moment. It's just like, dude, it's 2015. That was 4 years ago. Will you let it go? But, you know, it's Oni. But, and with Arkham Knight, I saw what my brother went through on the PS4. I took one look at that and said, nope. And I feel like the letdown of Arkham Knight was when it was revealed to be Jason Todd. I thought, oh, fuck that. And it was done in... It wasn't even like the focal point. It was just Batman versus Joker again. I'm like, oh, this again. You know, Arkham Origins, I actually enjoyed that. It's actually one of my more favored ones because you get to see Batman slightly inexperienced, which I think some people find that more rewarding because, let's call it for what it is, Batman is a Gary Stu.
Yeah, kind of.
But he's one that we all enjoy. And I just found with that one, it was nice just to sort of a back to basics. And Troy Baker, he was enjoying that way too much as the Joker. I'm just saying. But on a more serious note, if we do get Rocksteady working on a Superman game, I'm all game for that. Like I say, as long as you do Superman right, everything else will follow into place. Sean's saying, Batman has other villains they could use. Yep. Steven says, in the main continuity, and it's not Jason Todd. Yeah, no. Though the comics did a whole different take on the Arkham Knight. Well, the comics, I feel like at times they can provide something a little bit more tangible, for lack of a better description. But yeah, I've rambled on long enough about that. I mean, Liz, what are your thoughts on a potential Superman game from the same people that brought us the Arkham series?
I think I can see that happening. It's like, it sounds like a good idea. Considering we haven't had a very good Superman game in a very long time. I think it's due for one at least. And if we're trusting the people who gave us the Arkham series, I say go for it. I want to see what kind of fun they have with like some of Superman's villains, because get me wrong, Batman's rogues are iconic, but Superman's got some fun villains.
Just trying not to have it be Lex Luthor for the umpteenth time. I mean, seriously.
Oh no, you know it's going to be Luthor. Come on.
As long as...
you know he's going to get a cavalcade of his other villains, because I would like to see Livewire in a game, okay? I would like to see how that mechanic works in the game.
Yeah. We got one of my longtime subscribers in the chat, folks. The esteemed Joran Gaba, a man who's been in many Skype panels, from whether it's Night Watch to real features from the end of year panel. He says, yeah, nice to hear your voice again. Great to hear. Great to have you in the chat, my friend. Little heads up, Joran is one of these people that he just brings nothing but, you know, great vibes, particularly to the end of year panels, like with 2015, where we not only had, you know, the two Back to the Future movies come out for the 30th anniversary of the original, and then the 26th anniversary of Part 2, but also going back to Jurassic World. You know, he's one of these guys, he's full of nothing but positivity. although like Raiden, Duran didn't have any kind words to say about the Predator.
Damn right.
Because his opening words was like, "Oh, where do I start?" And Raiden's like, "You too."
Yeah. Oh, good lord. I remember just seeing the movie, and I'm like, okay, action is okay. I mean, if you like Predator, you're gonna get a lot of action, a lot of blood, but the writing made me want to tear my hair out, or what I had left. Ugh. That whole next step of evolution with that autism shit, I'm like, what?
That's beyond stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay, I get it. You know, if you're on the spectrum, yeah, you're pretty smart. I get that. I mean, I saw this with Billy from the Power Rangers movie. But no, they had to go with technobabble bullshit to use mental health with that. I'm not saying I'm offended by it, but I'm just like,
it don't make sense.
Really doesn't?
Yeah. I'm like, ugh. Oh my god. And the characters. Oh, good lord. Let me start on the characters. Aside for a couple, it was just basically it was just a damn rehash of like of the original Predator. Some more loony.
See, I don't have a problem if it's like very quick, subtle references to what happened in the original movie, or it's like when, with any Terminator sequel, someone at some point will say, "I'll be back," but do it in a way where it's just very subtle, it's very quick, rather than something that's just rammed down your throat. And I did watch the scene.
Oh my!
Damn it, PK!
Hello, Win.
I was waiting. Being a fiend is like being a photographer. You just have to wait for the right moment.
Now I have this odd image of Win coming in as Randy Orton.
Oh God, no!
It's an RKO! RKO out of nowhere! Or in this case, it's an orange cat! It's an orange cat out of nowhere!
Oh my God! Navi's number 27 in the Royal Rumble!
And speaking of which, he's sniffing my phone right now. As most people know, my computer's kind of down right now, so I'm on my phone.
Oh.
Yeah. All good.
That kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I try to use my laptop mic for Discord, but it's been cutting in and out during D&D campaigns, so I'm on my phone until I can get my computer down to see what the issue is. Only because two of the USBs on my laptop are broken. Navi kind of jumped on it really hard and knocked two of the USB ports loose.
Okay, Navi, if I ever come over to see your mother, you and I are going to have discussions. There's a reason why they say look but don't paw. Or in your case, take a pause for the cause.
Now he's just sniffing the phone again.
Navi, this is not a food phone. You can use a phone to get food, but the phone is not food.
And I'm not
God,
food.
no, bad Navi.
He just bit my hand, and I just set his food down.
Damn it, Navi.
He gets mad on days when I go to work. He's like, "No, you're supposed to stay home and give me all the attentions and loves and pets ever, even when I don't want them." I love him dearly, but he is a spoiled turd.
That reminds me of Rufus from back in the day. There'd be moments where he'll be all affectionate when he's hungry. Afterwards, he's just like, "Okay, I've got my food now. Screw you. Go away."
In this case, with Navi being orange and white, I think he's probably a secret clone of Butters the Bean.
Yeah.
The only difference.
Especially with the meowing. Oh my god.
The only difference is Navi's a little bit more toned than Butters.
Yeah, that's because he runs around like a madman with a gun.
Before you headed off, before Raiden, what are your thoughts on the potential possibility of the team that brought the Arkham series could possibly be bringing a Superman game to the Xbox?
I mean, hey, even though Arkham Knight didn't do too well, at least with them, they took a couple years off, not do anything Batman related. So, I think with Superman, I feel like if this is real, I feel like they can do it. Like for so many years, Superman had so many crappy games. Like there's too many to name. I mean, certain 64 games that should never be mentioned.
No.
I already mentioned Man of Steel can go die in a fire somewhere. So I think with this, and of course, like they did with Batman, I feel like they can get the lore right. They did stuff in their own universe. So I think with this, I hope it's real. I hope it does well. I mean, nowadays superhero games are on the pinnacle of greatness. I mean, the last superhero game that came out was Spider-Man for the PS4. So I think
that was really well done.
Yeah. Hopefully with this, they do finally do Superman justice. I mean, finally, So like I said, hopefully it happens.
I think what made that that Spider-Man PS4 game work so well is they didn't try to base it off of anything that had gone before. They tried to make it its own thing and actually put a very human story at the very core of it. And Yuri Lowenthal as Peter Parker and Spider-Man nailed it.
And it was done by Insomniac, and all they've done so far were good games. The original Spyro trilogy, they did Ratchet and Clank. Let's see, for as long as the little it lasted, it wasn't its fault. It was more the fact that it was a console exclusive. Sunset Overdrive, to my understanding from my friends, was really heckin' fun. Yeah, Insomniac's a pretty solid studio.
But as Raiden said, Superman's track record with video games has not exactly been spotless. I mean, lest we forget about Superman 64 and Superman Returns for the 360.
We don't talk about that game.
No.
We don't talk about that game.
Fuck
that game. Fuck that game. Just like Iron Man 3, except instead of fuck that movie, fuck that game.
How far did you get with Superman Returns before you just called it a day and said, "Oh, forget this"?
Not very far, and my levels of dissatisfactory were on par with the White Acropolis level of Sonic 06, and that fucking level can die in a fire.
I got to
kind of like in the final boss where you fight a freaking tornado.
What?
I thought that was Superman Returns.
Oh.
It's like, come on, really? You haven't learned from people getting mad about Galactus being a gigantic fart cloud?
Apparently not.
We don't talk about that.
Like I said, I got to the level with the fire-breathing dragons going after the airship, and after losing for the umpteenth time, I think I literally pulled a mighty one from back in the day and just raged quit and just nope, forget this, I've had enough.
I thought you were gonna go, fuck you, fire the cannon.
Now, you see, I could say that, but it doesn't sound as good as Tarrison saying it.
That's true.
Because
that is very true.
He made that his shtick, and Be fair, from what I hear about Tarrison these days, he's reasonably chill. He just gets on with his Let's Plays and his long plays, and I think he's just, like I say, he's just mellowed out and he's just doing his own thing now. Which
Yes, Stephen Walker and Flargo and I the other week were talking about various drinks we wanted to try because of his drink reviews.
yeah, he tried a couple of times when he came over to the house with Random and the likes of Chibikari as well. And, one of the down the water holes was something that I had actually filmed, and it was at the time where I was still putting my computer desk together for my room, and you just sort of see in the spare room where everything's kind of all over the place, and it's just him trying all these different drinks and what have you, and yeah, he's actually reasonably good to work with and what have you. But yeah. Alright, I think we'll move on to the next topic. Now, in the past, I've been a little bit on the fence with Disney remakes. However, this next article, I'm a little bit more lenient.
Mm-hmm.
A Pinocchio remake is being directed by Robert Zemeckis. Disney's Pinocchio remake confirms Robert Zemeckis is to direct and co-write. Disney's Pinocchio live-action remake is finally happening as director Robert Zemeckis, in closed brackets Back to the Future, has closed a deal to direct the movie. This has been a long gestating project, and one that has seen several filmmakers come and go over the years, including Paddington and Paddington 2 filmmaker Paul King. Now it's in Zemeckis' hands, and it looks like things will be getting serious in a hurry. According to a new report, Robert Zemeckis has locked down a deal to co-write and direct the movie Pinocchio. As we previously reported last October, Zemeckis has been in long discussions with the studio for the gig, but nothing materialized until now. It's said that Zemeckis will write a new draft of the screenplay alongside Chris Weitz about a boy, Rogue One, a Star Wars story. The one that Random refers to as Rouge One, a Star Wars story. Oh, he fucking hates that movie.
Yeah, I was going to watch it on Netflix when I mentioned it, and then the minute I said that, I remember MJ going, "Here, to kind of stop you, I'm gonna put it this way," and told me James's immediate reaction that I guess they didn't even finish the movie. It was that bad.
Yeah. The expectation is that production could begin before year's end. Should that hold, we are likely to hear of possible casting decisions that maybe even some story details in the coming months. It has previously been reported that Tom Hanks has been eyed to possibly play Geppetto at one point, but there has been no updates on that front in some time. Although, interesting thing, at one stage when one studio had their hands on it, I heard that Robert Downey Jr. was going to be Geppetto. It would have been interesting.
Either way, though, personally, I would definitely be for Tom Hanks because he kind of has that gentle old man demeanor to him. As we've seen with his role as Mr. Rogers and Walt Disney.
Zemeckis has had an impressive career and is best known for his work on the Back to the Future trilogy. Some of his other classic works include Forrest Gump, Castaway. Oh, he directed that movie, I didn't know that. And Who Framed Roger Rabbit. In recent years, however, he's hit something of a slump with movies like The Walk, Allied, and Welcome to Marwen majorly underperforming at the box office. Things seem to be looking up, though, as Zemeckis is not only on board for what is poised to be a major Disney project, but he's also got his remake of The Witches set to appear in theaters later this year. Pinocchio was originally released by Disney in 1940 and remains one of the studio's most cherished classics. It centers on a man named...
And most scariest.
Yeah, especially with not only the were-donkeys,
Oh, the donkey thing. No.
but...
Second only to Maleficent turning into a dragon in classic Sleeping Beauty.
And also that giant whale.
Monstro.
It centers on a man named Geppetto who makes a puppet that is one fateful night transformed into a real boy. It proved to be a real huge hit at the time, grossing $85 million, which today, still a lot of money, but it's chump change compared to other big numbers. And it even goes to say that's not a lot by today's standards, but adjusted for inflation, it would be huge. The Walt Disney Classic has also made the company quite a bit of money over the years thanks to various re-releases on different home media formats that have evolved from generation to generation. Disney has had a tremendous amount of luck with live-action remakes at the box office. Lion King. Aladdin went on to gross $1 billion in 2019. Although technically animated, the Lion King remake made a truly impressive $1.65 billion. The studio has other live-action remakes coming down the pipeline as well, including The Little Mermaid and 101 Dalmatians prequel Cruella, as well as this year's Mulan, which hits theaters in March. Pinocchio does not yet have a release date set. We'll be sure to keep you posted as further details are made available. This news comes to us via Deadline. Here's where I stand with this. With Zemeckis, you know it's at the very least it's going to be competent and entertaining. Because, yeah, the man has had one or two that were probably not as well received as he would have liked it, like I Want to Hold Your Hand or 1941 and Used Cars. But when you look at hits like Romancing the Stone, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Polar Express, and the remake of Christmas Carol, Zemeckis, I love your work, but some of those scenes were fucked up.
Well, he is known to put in some dark elements, even in lighthearted stuff, akin to the whole tunnel scene from the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh yeah, that shit was creepy.
But
Mind trickery is what Zemeckis does best. You remember me, Valiant? When I killed your brother? I killed your brother!
You know what's eerie? It's how Christopher Lloyd can go from such a beloved character like Doc Brown and go to something as psychotic as Judge Doom. So basically think it, what Oni would be like as a psychotic cartoon character.
Oh god.
God, no, please no.
But it's just the way that Chris had that kind of energy, just to probably the same sort of like zany energy he would put into Doc Brown, but channel it into this really dark and very psychotic character where he could talk like very deadpan, but then go to this eerie, energetic pitch. I mean, I look at the late Bob Hoskins' face, I'm like, how much of that was acting? He's just like, how much did I sign up for? It's like, okay, how much are they paying me for this?
He looks at his paycheck.
Hoskins he kind of had that look that kind of screamed, I think I peed a little.
And I think that was actually the first movie I'd ever seen Bob Hoskins in. It wasn't until like years later when I was like, wait, he's a British actor? His American accent was flawless.
No.
And even though I can't stand that Mario movie, he was the saving grace of that movie.
That movie is a guilty pleasure.
It's one of those movies. I try to watch it for what it is. It's a movie that's in on the joke, but if you were to ask me, would I ever say it's in the same league as Jurassic Park or Back to the Future? I'm like, not even close. And the irony is, the Mario Brothers movie came out the same summer as Jurassic Park. Both of them had dinosaurs, but one was a lot more credible. So Zemeckis to do Pinocchio. If he's writing the new draft, all I'm gonna say is please keep social identity politics out of this, please. Don't make this a Wokio. Really? No laugh from that?
Wokio.
We have
That was
snickered
good,
a bit,
though.
but at the same time, I see someone eventually coining that in the minute trailers are apparently.
You need to have that copyrighted so they pay you money to say.
Or Pinwokio.
Pinwokio. Oh God, no!
We don't need Pinocchio's nose growing 3 times his size just because someone tells him to check his puppet privilege.
It might be safe from it. Because if you think about it, it does take place in a particular time period where progression wasn't exactly a thing.
No.
The only young lady character the original animated movie really had was the Blue Fairy. And she was more motherly and kind to Pinocchio.
That's why I'm saying we don't need to have social identity politics of the modern era put into a movie that, I'm guessing the original movie was set around the year that it was released, if not further in the past.
I'd have to say maybe 15th or 16th century.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. And it was actually one of the very first movies that actually featured Jiminy Cricket. Oh, do not have him taken out of the movie. No. Don't do a live action Mulan and not have Mushu not in it.
Oh God, no. Oh, honestly, yeah, Mushu's not in it. Mushu is not in it.
Honestly, it ain't too bad.
Strike 2.
To be honest with you, it's not too bad because they're actually basing it on the actual real Mulan story and not overdo it with theatrics. And don't get me wrong, I love Eddie Murphy as Mushu, but I think that gives me more of a shot to watch that Mulan.
That's fair, but I'm still salty. I'm still very salty. But in terms of Jiminy, he's iconic in both the story and the original Disney film, so they'll keep him. But I just hope they cast him properly and have him try to keep Pinocchio on the moral path he's tried to throughout the original, rather, as MJ said, try to.
To be fair, sorry, go on, keep going. Sorry.
You're good. I'm on my phone, so I'm lagging.
To be fair, in the original story, I believe Pinocchio kills Jiminy Cricket in that because he's kind of sick of his crap. With him, I believe that's correct. I'm not 100% sure.
The Disney film, no. The original story, yeah. Because fairy tales were fucking dark. Because a lot of it was political commentary and stories to try to keep kids from doing bad and stupid shit.
Which is why when they made the first animated Jungle Book, they actually differed very, very heavily from the source material, because I think at one stage you actually have Mowgli actually killing Shere Khan, which I think they made the smart move doing what they did, because you can have the lead protagonist prevailing against the big bad by not killing him. Instead, Shere Khan just ran with his tail between his legs, or in his case, his tail between his legs whilst, having his tail singed by flames. And of course, as I've mentioned before, that movie's somewhat significant because it was the last movie that Walt Disney ever worked on. And it's a sentimental favourite of mine because I think that was actually the first Disney movie I ever saw as a kid, because from what I remember my mother telling me, when we were over at a cinema in Maidstone visiting some of my relatives at the time, and I was quite young when this happened, so I've got no recollection of this. My mother said she actually took me to the theatre to actually watch The Jungle Book. So if I was about 3 or 4 at the time, that would have been close to the movie's 20th anniversary. Probably, but like I say, I've got no recollection of it. I mean, my earliest memory is March 1985. Don't ask. That's as far back as I'm able to piece together. But I feel like if Zemeckis is allowed to do what he wants to do with Pinocchio and not have studio executives interfere, and that's something that's got to stop now. The way it should be with a movie is, let the director direct and the movie execs just say, okay, how much money do you need? And you do the movie that you think is going to get us the most amount of money, rather than say, no, follow the flow chart, follow the customer feedback, this, that. If Edgar Wright had been allowed to do the Ant-Man movie that he wanted to do, it probably would have taken more money. Now, the Ant-Man movie that we got, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a little bit of bit of fresh air, but it was already following the very stale formula that the MCU had already been producing. And I think what movies should be allowed to do when you're introducing like the first movie of this character, don't try to base it off of anything. Let it be its own thing. I mean, if you look at, let's use an example. If we look at, think of one I haven't. If we look at the first Superman movie, for example, the way that Richard Donner did it the way that he did, I think if studio execs had intervened, would we have gotten the movie the way it was?
Honestly, no idea.
Because you look at the way the Marvel movies are done now. If you look at, say, Iron Man 2, for example, if Jon Favreau had been allowed to make the movie he wanted to make, we would have had Demon in a Bottle for Iron Man 2. And that would have been a really interesting place to see what kind of dark psyche or part of the dark psyche that Tony Stark would have. Because, it's well known in the comics the man has an addiction problem with alcohol. And that would have been intriguing.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That would have been intriguing to see on the big screen. But no, execs just cannot leave well enough alone. The only exception that I think that was well made is when Tim Burton decided to be Tim Burton for Batman Returns.
Yeah.
Because that movie...
kind of reminds me how Rob Zombie went full-blown Rob Zombie for Halloween 2.
Oh, dear.
You never go full Rob Zombie. You don't. You just don't.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Batman movies by nature have a level of darkness to them because of the origins of the character, but I felt like the stuff that they did with Penguin, I felt like it went too far. Especially at the end where you see him just floating in the water and the penguins are just ushering him off into the water to his rest. I felt like that was a bit much. But, you know, like I said, Tim Burton will just go and be Tim Burton. And I've mellowed a little bit to Joel Schumacher over the years because we all thought at the time, you know, the way he did Batman Forever and Batman Robin, that was his doing. It's like, nope. The studio said, camp this up. Because apparently Schumacher's vision for Batman Forever was to do something akin to that of The Lost Boys. Now,
God, I would have loved that if they did something like that. But no.
That movie to me is, aside from Big Trouble in Little China, is still one of my favorite '80s movies and favorite.
I love The Lost Boys.
Not named Blade.
Lost Boys is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, Duran's just saying Batman Returns is the darkest of the Batman movies that has ever been released. No denial there. That movie went to places. I don't know. I feel like Nolan's movies have gone to dark places, but not necessarily in the same context as what Burton did. His was dark for different reasons, especially the shit with the Joker and the Dark Knight. That did go to some places where it's like, are they sure this is meant to be a rated 12 movie? Because there are bits in there where I feel like maybe that should have been a 15. That's just my thinking. Like I say, I hope Zemeckis is just allowed to make the movie he wants to make. Because when he gets onto his A game, you know he can produce some great stuff. Like I mentioned with Forrest Gump, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Romancing the Stone, and Back to the Future. And funny thing, had Romancing the Stone not been the financial success that it was, Back to the Future may never have been greenlit. Because they took it to so many different studios, from Columbia, Warner Brothers, even to Disney, and apparently it was too extreme for Disney because obviously the scene with Lorraine coming on to Marty, but that's just the thing that Disney didn't read into. Marty is in the past, he hasn't even been born, and his mother doesn't even know that's her teenage son. But I get where they were coming from, but, you know, Lorraine was just a teenage girl. She wasn't Marty's mother by that point. But the one thing I like in the making of, if you ever watch the Blu-ray features for the first movie, and this is something I find so endearing, after Romancing the Stone had been a huge hit, all studio execs all of a sudden start thinking Back to the Future would be a successful movie, and it had nothing to do with the material. And I like how Bob Gale just says, and Bob Zemeckis goes to him and goes, you know what? Let's go back to the one guy who always believed in it. Let's take it to Steven. And they approached Steven and said, Steven, are you still interested in doing Back to the Future? He goes, you damn right I am. And it's like we said last week, the fact that movie's turning 35 this year and it hasn't aged a day, that's something special. Raiden, your thoughts on Zemeckis doing Pinocchio? Do you think he'll be allowed to do the movie he wants to do? And how do you think he'll approach this, given that, you know, he's got very specific visions for how he wants a movie to be done?
Well, as long as he doesn't go full crazy like the original original Pokemon. Original Pinocchio movie. Oh god, I had a weird sense to say Pokemon. What's that? Okay. Anyway.
Although it's a Zemeckis directed Pokemon movie, that'd be interesting.
Anyway, yeah. As long as we don't get the scary shit that was in the original, I'll be okay with it. But it is Zemeckis, and I just hope have a little bit, but not overdone. Because good lord, Nightmare Fuel in that Pinocchio movie was crazy.
Oh yeah. Lids, same question.
I'm intrigued. It's like, again, I'm always a little iffy on the Disney live action films. Like, I mean, I'll give Mulan a chance, even though they don't have Mushu, but still, I'll give Mulan a chance. But this seems interesting, and I'm okay with this. The fact that Zemeckis might direct the Pinocchio movie, and if they let him go balls to the wall insane, not too insane, because yeah, nothing tops that scary donkey scene. No, no.
Yeah.
If they do that scene and they make it scarier, I'm going to be like, this is intended for children, right? Right? But yeah, I'm intrigued. It's like, we'll see where it goes. If the studio meddles, they're going to meddle regardless. So, but I'm looking forward to it. It might be interesting.
It's like you say, if you see like a donkey transformation in live action, it's going to be something akin to the werewolf transformation in American Werewolf in London. To this day, that thing creeps me out.
Oh God!
I can watch the movie these days and just be like, wow, I was scared of that when I was 14, but at the same time, that transformation looked so painful, and that was all done with prosthetics. Whereas these days, everything's just all CG and it's just done within seconds. Whereas you looked at what David Norton's character was going through, it's just like, can someone put him out of his misery? But yeah, I've got a feeling if they do the donkey transformations, like you say, it's going to go the way of Nightmare Fuel. Lord knows we don't want it, especially for something that's supposed to be for kids as well.
Oh God, the scene where the kid's yelling, "Mama, Mama!" No.
Oh, good lord! Nah, good lord.
Yeah. And you know, if execs meddle in, you know there's going to be references to Orange Man bad in there, and you think, oh, for fuck's sake.
No.
I think we're done here. I think we're done. No.
If that happens, I'll just like stand and like, and just do a Homer. That's it. I'm out of here.
Hi.
What are your thoughts on Zemeckis directing this, and do you think he's going to be allowed to make the movie he wants to?
With his track record, I trust it. Sure. Sure, he might have had a couple of duds, but that's every movie director. Even the most respected in the industry have had their fair share of duds, but in this case, I'm kind of optimistic. It actually does kind of interesting, especially if he does get to follow his vision. If the studio execs can just sit down, shut up, and sit in the corner and count their money and let him do his thing, then hell yeah, it's definitely gonna. And if not, even if they do meddle though, with the way Zemeckis is, I'm sure he would just do everything he can to make what he can work with work. Because Zemeckis probably has most likely run into his fair share of roadblocks and bumps in the road. But from what we've seen, he's always made it work.
Yep.
And given there's no political antagonist, given it is a common trope, so I can't knock it too much, there's no political antagonist or anything, I think it's safe to say the movie will probably do well. There's no corporate antagonist. It's just a fox and a cat in terms of antagonists, unless you count the leader of Pleasure Island. Even then, you just have to make one sinister son of a bitch without going too far, obviously.
Yeah.
And if it does keep in the scenes of transforming into donkeys, because of the famous line from the storybook, all bad children wind up jackasses in the end.
Subtle.
Chances are it was a legit line in the book, and before he turned into a donkey, the older kid was like, what do you think I look like, a jackass?
Oh,
the donkey ears poking out.
Yeah.
Pinocchio just sitting on the cigar and the alcohol, like, yeah, I probably shouldn't be touching this.
Yeah.
Duran just says, I am for the idea in Zemeckis doing the movie. I just hope they stick to the source material. Oh dear, that's too dark.
Oh, that is way too dark. I've watched videos on YouTube where counting down the dark origin story of fairy tales. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be over here. I'm gonna be awake with my nightmares. Thank you. Have a good day.
And if I was gonna say, and if he does do it, it'll probably look really good, because since he's done the Polar Express and Christmas Carol, that means he has access to Peter Jackson's Weta technology, and that mocap is pretty thought on and advanced through the years.
Yep.
So we'll definitely get some quality stuff with Weta.
Yep, considering that they did the visual effects for Caesar in Rise of the Planet of the Apes, and they actually did the visual effects for Iron Man 3, because they actually took over from ILM.
Yeah, Weta's what they used for Smeagol in Lord of the Rings. Okay, Gollum. They Weta for the entire Adventures of Tintin movie, and the fully mo-kept movie Beowulf.
Oh!
And Weta was what was used for Polar Express. That's how everything looks great without being too creepy levels of Uncanny Valley. At least in my opinion, because I thought Beowulf looked really, really good, and I loved the Adventures of Tintin.
Yeah. Duran goes on to say, the Back to the Future trilogy should not be touched because a remake will absolutely be a failure, and Sean says, if anyone remakes Back to the Future, they are a butthead.
Yeah. I mean, if you do a comic spin-off, that's okay, but reboot is a no bueno.
It's like I've said so many times before. You only do a remake or a reboot if the original was terrible beyond recognition. Like, if somebody wanted to take a crack
or dated,
yeah. If someone wanted to take another crack at doing Supergirl as a live action picture, but they could do it with a better, team of writers and have a much more sizable budget to work with, and just be able to produce it akin to that of Man of Steel, or just at least be able to take it more seriously as such, then I say, have at it. But Back to the Future is timeless, iconic, and it hasn't aged a single day since July 3, 1985, that it's going to be one of those movies where Oni and Lids are going to be showing Oni Jr., that movie in, say, 10 to 15 years' time. And they're going to say, this is what, we watched when we were your age, and then you get Onord Rakaku III in some 30 to 40 years, showing that to his kids, because it's one of those.
One question. Keep him away from South Park. That's all I gotta say.
Oh God, no! It's like Daddy doesn't sound like that. Just like put that away.
But it's like I say, it's an ageless movie where you can, everybody can find something to relate from it, and casting, scoring, and the chemistry between Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd, that's not something you can manufacture. That's just, even to this day, you just look and think, you actually believe they're like best friends. And it's like I've said so many times before, you watch that clock tower scene, you've seen it so many times over the last near 30 years, and it still gets you on the edge of your seat. Yes, Dan, I received my gift. Thank you very much. He got me a Dr. Ian Malcolm action figure from the Jurassic Park Amber collection. I do enjoy it, dude, but I was trying to keep the focus on the subject of what we're doing. I wasn't purposely ignoring you, dude. It's just, you need to learn when to pick the right moment.
Alright. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say. It could be good. He's a great director. And if it does kind of get like meh to iffy, at least we know that it's more or less studio interference's fault, because apparently they think they know better, when in reality, boomers should not be anywhere near movies.
No.
At least movie directing, unless they're actual. But yeah.
One of the questions that we asked the others last week, Win, is, where and when did you get introduced to the first Back to the Future, and over time, do you think the movie still holds up? I mean, we were pretty much unanimous in saying that, we couldn't tell people when we first became aware of it, but we could tell, where we saw it for the first time, and, what it meant to us growing up. And I find that over time, we find something new and relatable, as time has gone on. I mean, where does it sit with you?
It sits quite well. I can't recall exactly when I first saw the franchise. I definitely remembered before it changed to do 2 different rides. In Universal Studios, there used to be an attraction based off of Back to the Future.
Yeah, then it got replaced by The Simpsons.
Oh,
and then I think that's the Transformers ride now.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking about Universal Studios Hollywood, Transformers and Simpsons simultaneously exist. However, I will say it's a hello, everybody.
And a mysterious
Kaiju appears.
At least it's a better reveal than Byleth.
Oh, good lord. Oh, God. Can I just say...
I have no
ill
will against
God.
Fire Emblem, but at the same time...
8 Fire Emblem characters.
Oh, God.
Don't talk about that.
And half of them are based on Marth!
I felt so bad.
You could have
So
given us
bad.
heroes. You gave us Simon and Richter Belmont. You gave Alucard as an assist trophy. You could have given us someone like Sypha Belnatus.
Or Dante.
And Sakurai was like, no! I want to do my favorite Nintendo franchise again!
Oh, good lord. The pain that I felt for all the viewers. Oh, good lord. That was... Oh, man.
I did also want to... Yeah.
I have no ill will against the games, but come on, Sakurai. You need to add variety. You
Sorry,
add
man.
too much of one franchise, people are gonna get burnt out.
In other words, it's time to stop!
Where are your parents?
Where are your parents, Sakurai? Who are your parents?
I'm gonna call child protective service. Stop.
My parents are Violet and his favorite husband, or her favorite husbando, or if you play the male one, his favorite wife.
And since you were talking about Back to the Future just now, I do want to say that the Back to the Future ride in Universal Studios Japan suffered a worse fate as it was turned into the Minions ride.
Oh, no.
Press F to pay respect.
Right. Can we get some Fs in the chat, please?
I don't know if this is appropriate to say, but this is what I'm feeling. Porque.
I agree with you, man. I mean, I don't know what's sadder, Back to the Future being replaced by Minions in Japan, or the same thing happening to Terminator 2 3D in Hollywood.
I did thankfully actually get to see that when I was at Universal Studios in 2012, and yeah, that was something that was it was an experience. I didn't actually ever go on the Jurassic Park ride because my camcorder going through that, no. Last time I checked, it's not waterproof, and that was the only camcorder I went with to Los Angeles at that time. So I was like, no, I'll film people coming down on the water ride. I'm not going in there with it. No.
Don't they have lockers before the ride that you can put your camera in?
Oh, that's news to me.
Well, unfortunately, now it's turned into Jurassic World, the ride. Although I will say, having just rode it over the holidays, it is pretty much the exact same ride. Just the opening area is completely different. But other than a few new sets and new animatronics, the whole ride is essentially still the same. Just that it covers the events of the first movie with the Indominus Rex busting out and challenging old Rexy at the very end.
I will say I don't usually like to give away spoilers for upcoming events, but I will be covering Jurassic World again because this year's the 5th anniversary.
How time flies, man.
Yeah. Duran also says 2012 was the first time I met you in person, MJ, at Knight Rider Reunion 2012. Yes, it was, good sir, because I actually met him outside the Hard Rock Cafe, Los Angeles, and it's one of those situations where you've seen a person's photograph or seen them in a video, but then when you see them in person, you look at each other like, wait a minute, I know you.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much how I feel every time I go to G-Fest. Whether it's like a what's that?
Like, I know you.
Right. You're that guy who does the things online, on the YouTubes.
That was an experience at what they refer to as the VIP red carpet party the day before the actual event itself, because we were all up on the top floor overlooking the foreground below with this this lovely 50s Cadillac that was put up on display on this rotating circle. Duran says, your reaction when you saw me, it was spectacular. Thank you very much. But it was just mixing up with the cast and crew that worked there. Rebecca Holden was there, who played April Curtis. The actor who played Detective Maddox in Knight Rider 2000 was also a secondary role in Gone in 60 Seconds in 2000. Even getting to meet Michael Chaffee, who not only worked on Kit, but he also worked on the DeLorean from Back to the Future. That was something. And just getting up to meet up with Nick Nugent again, who I consider that big brother in life that I never got. Just to hang out with him, that was just, it's always chill. It's one of those situations where you have that one friend, even though you haven't seen them for years in person, you get back with them, it's like you haven't been apart.
Mm-hmm.
And Duran said the actor is Carmen Argenziano. Yeah, we didn't like him in Knight Rider 2000 because Maddox, he wasn't the best character. He treated Kit pretty poorly, but then again, I could say the same thing to the writers with regards to that TV movie. For context, you take Kit from his iconic jet black 82 Pontiac Trans Am. He gets taken apart, stuffed into storage, and then gets put into a 65 Chevy Bel Air, and then gets put into a 91 Stealth Dodge, disguised as an 83 Pontiac Banshee in red. I remember actually putting into a fanfic story where Michael goes, we could always put you in my 65 Chevy Bel Air, and he goes, oh yeah, why don't we do something else that's comical by putting me into a Banshee and spraying it red? And one or two of the readers were like, okay, I saw what you did there. Yeah, I got a few autographs at that event as well. One of the actresses who had a guest role in season 2 of Knight Rider, she actually had a guest role in, I think, during the David Tennant years of Doctor Who, so that was something.
Nice.
Yeah. I'll tell you her name. Give me one moment, because it's best just to go straight to IMDb for this. Let me see. List of episodes. Let me see. Season 2, that was A Knight in Shining Armor. Oh, hang on. Hang on. There we are. Actress's name... Daphne Ashbrook. Lovely lady in real life. When asked for the autograph, well, I only had it put down as MJ because that's what was also on my when I say press ID pass, it's it's just like your VIP access backstage that we had done, because obviously I was going there representing my YouTube persona. I thought it would be best just to stay consistent and in character and what have you. Duran also says above, the Back to the Future trilogy is an absolute masterpiece and it will forever be in the history books of films. I was introduced to it when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I still enjoy it. As we've been saying pretty much through last week, it's one of those movies that stood the test of time, and with the 35th anniversary for this summer and hearing that it is coming back for theatrical re-releases, it's one of those movies, don't touch it. Have like 4K restorations, possibly put a couple of deleted scenes back in, but don't remake it. Don't make any future sequels. I think the only way a part 4 would work is if you got the right story with the right cast and the right way to hand the baton to the next generation. But the way Back to the Future Part 3 ended, is like it was nicely tied up. Leave it alone. But, Hollywood likes to meddle. I mean, look what happened to Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're having to have a sequel just to undo the damage that 2016 did. But no, I will be getting, when I find out when the screen times are for part 1 in the summer, and there's possible hints of parts 2 and 3 coming back to the theater as well, as like, yeah, I'll grab them as well. Because I've only ever seen the first one on the big screen, and that was for the 25th anniversary re-release 10 years ago. And that's an experience I will not trade for anything. And it's like I said to Raiden and Lids last week, even though you've seen that movie more times than it's healthy, every single setup, every single great scar, that boy that's heavy, or every single butt hit, or every time Biff Tannen gets the make like a tree line wrong, it still feels fresh every single time. And it's like Bob Gale, as I use Bob Gale's quote so often throughout the years. Parents saw this movie when they were kids, they become parents, they show it to their kids. It just keeps on going. Because, Kaiju said something to the effect of, at the end of year 2015 panel, they caught lightning in a bottle with this movie, because I can't think of too many movies where, so many people enjoy it, regardless of what age you are, because it has something for everyone. And like I said, hope to God they never do remake it, because there was that one vicious rumor at the time in 2010 that they were going to have Justin Bieber as Marty McFly, and I'm like, oh hell no.
Oh no! Fuck that noise! Fuck that shit! Fuck that shit!
I remember that.
I don't want to remember that. No.
When I first heard about that, I went on the biggest tangent.
Don't worry. Nowadays, he's too busy occupying himself making a stupid comeback with a more awful music.
You know what? Thank you, Kaiju, because I kind of want to get this out off my chest now.
Oh, fuck.
MJ, if can I have the floor, please?
Oh God, duck and cover!
Everybody duck!
I think it's about to take the ceiling as well.
Commander Raiden, you have the ammo.
You may fire when
ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this was supposed to happen last week, but due to being tired, but I can get this off my chest right here. Ladies and gentlemen, and a wild kaiju, I present to you all L of the week.
Oh,
now the first one will go to Mr. Beaver himself. Beaver. That yummy. Get that shit out my face.
God,
Come on.
That was terrible.
Oh boy. Listen, I can deal with a trash ass song. But the shit you were doing with your fans, like, come on, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, brainwashing them like that. Oh, wait, never mind, you're a celebrity / former teen idol. Forget I said anything. So, oh, God. You thought that crash-ass comeback was gonna define your career. Kind of like how you try to define it, but try start a fight with Marilyn Manson.
Oh no.
That was no
Seriously?
bueno, my G. That was no bueno. So yeah. Congratulations, Bieber. You are the first recipient of the new year of the L of the week.
Hey, wait, what? That's not a good thing.
I got through about 30 seconds of that music video and I'm like, well, that's 30 seconds of my life I'm never getting back.
I legit, that song actually came on the radio yesterday morning. I instantly changed the damn station as soon as they said, Justin Bieber's yummy. Nope.
Yeah, when I heard the song via Dose of Buckley, thanks for that list, by the way, I'm like, picture Peter Griffin eating a fudge chip.
What?
That's how I felt. You know that clip when he ate a fudge too hard and his head exploded.
Oh God, yeah.
Damn. Nah.
Yeah. That was torture.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, thankfully that thing turned out to be nothing more than a rumor 10 years ago, because I remember I had an impromptu Skype panel with X24 Rider and Marvel Rose, and they're just like, oh, hell no. It's like Bieber as McFly. It's like, no. You know, if you're going to, have somebody else play Marty, at least have somebody that complements Michael J. Fox, not somebody that's not even 1/10 of his talent. And by 1/10, I'm being generous.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I did actually see, I can actually say where and when this was from. Coldplay put up a video on their channel about 4 years ago. They're in Flushing Meadows, New York. They were playing their rendition of Earth Angel and Johnny B. Good, and they invited Michael J. Fox up onto the stage to play guitar. Even though the man has been chronic with Parkinson's for years, came up on stage and did it like a pro. Played completely in tune, and I'm like, if this man, and I remember reading one comment said, Michael J. Fox in middle age with Parkinson's playing a guitar perfectly, I have no excuse as a healthy human being not to do just as good as he did. And I'm like, that's class. Other thing I do find inspiring from about him is that he's choosing just to get on with his life and just live it the best way possible. And I say that's inspiring. Even during the first opening bits of Earth Angel, he purposely played the guitar improperly on purpose, just as he did in the movie, which I thought, okay, I like that. One thing I meant to ask you, Kaiju.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the key to that first movie having the longevity that it's had? Because you get some movies over time, they do well for maybe first 5 or 10 years and then just sort of fade off because it hasn't aged well. But with that one, there's an X factor to it that I can't put my finger on. So maybe you might have a better idea, being a little bit more philosophical than me. What do you think has made it work?
Before I go, is my microphone still working?
Perfectly.
Okay.
You good?
All right. Oftentimes, whenever I finagle with this thing, sometimes my voice comes off very deep for some reason. Let's see. So, as to what makes Back to the Future so appealing, even 35 years later, I think it may have to do with the sort of like timeless, cross-generational appeal that it inherently carries within its plot itself, where it comes with the story, the idea of meeting your own parents being the exact same age you are, it is such a surreal experience for anyone that I feel like that inherently makes the movie so relatable to anyone of any generation. And there's also the appeal of taking you back in time to an era of America, of Americana, that is just so different yet so familiar to the world today. And so, because it's a movie about time travel, it's a movie exploring the differences between the quote unquote modern day and the 50s. It's almost like there's that time, like, again, it's that timeless appeal where the world that Marty McFly comes from doesn't feel dated whatsoever. It feels just as relatable today as it was back then. And I think that's, we got to give credit to, like, you know, the filmmakers who made their best in trying to make, you know, the quote unquote modern day of 1985 feel so relatable to today's environment. So when Marty McFly goes to 1955 and he sees a lot of 1950s culture, he generally has the same sort of reaction that we would have if we were in his shoes. And again, that just goes down to making the writers making Marty just so relatable as a protagonist, so likable and relatable as a protagonist. And so I think there are just like multiple factors involved in making Back to the Future as relevant today as it was back then. Because I feel like it's almost like they're making the filmmakers made sure to create a story that people could connect to on all levels, whether it's the exotic nature of the 1950s or the surreal experience of meeting your parents, meeting your parents when they were young, or just the sort of like fantastical escapist nature of time traveling in general. So I feel like the movie works on multiple levels to make it still enjoyable regardless of what year you came from or what year you're watching this film in.
I could not put that any better.
Mm-hmm.
In some weird way, it's kind of similar to what I've been thinking, but that... Dude, I've said it so many times before, this is why you're the future Roger Ebert.
And I always appreciate it, man, every time.
Funny thing, two funny things that I didn't notice until this week. Number one, there is a pixelated version of Marty, Clara, and the Doc in the original Resident Evil 3, because there's a DeLorean in a dilapidated garage with like a wanted poster of that photo from Back to the Future Part 3. And if you look at the scene in Part 3 where Marty's trying to wake up the Doc, I've seen this movie so many times over the last 30 years, and only now I only noticed this when somebody pointed this out in the comments section on Fandango's video section. At 1:06, you see a crew extra walking in the background by the clock whilst Marty's trying to wake Doc up. And this guy is in 1990s clothes with a baseball cap. I'm like, why am I noticing this just now?
If you didn't notice it 30 years later, then you know, you can probably relate to why. You can probably see why it flew over the filmmakers' heads.
It's just one of those movies like, what the hell?
I bet you it's the same time traveler. Did you ever saw that old video? It's like a very old silent film, and people call it like the time traveler clip because there's someone who appears to be on his phone in like the 1920s as he walks by the camera. Yeah. I bet you it's that guy.
Oh, creepy. I've seen those pictures.
Yeah, I remember Ray William Johnson covering that on Equals 3 back in the day. And
Equals 3.
Yeah.
God, that makes
that's a name I have not heard in quite some time.
He's doing a podcast now with one of the guys from Epic Rap Battles of History.
Doesn't he also
King
do
from
like
Illinois.
comedy sketches on Facebook?
Yeah, I think he still does.
I know on one of the Equals 3, he had like a celebrity question from Danny DeVito at one stage, and I'm like, ooh, okay. It's like, wasn't expecting that.
Oh, I just remember in terms of like extras, like major screw ups in extras. Do you know about the final shot in Teen Wolf?
Oh my god! I think I know what you're talking about. Oh my god!
Now, are we talking about the Michael J. Fox movie or the MTV series?
The Michael J. Fox movies, like right as the credits are about to roll, there's one extra who's doing some very inappropriate behavior way in the back row of the audience.
Yeah.
Did I even ask?
It's...
a body part, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just saying he was he decided to improvise in a way you cannot really do in any sort of situations except within the privacy of your own home.
Okay. I get it.
It's a little something you can consider not safe for work.
Very not safe for work.
To quote Cleveland, oh, that's nasty. Jeez Louise. No.
And now I just ruined Teen Wolf for ya. You're welcome.
Please, it was already ruined when I watched the MTV show, and I mean that in the nicest way possible.
You're not wrong. I that's one of my favorite MTV shows.
Reviewer of movies, slayer of monsters, rapist of childhoods.
Oh, speaking of Teen Wolf, I kind of want to get this out the way before we lose any steam.
Go ahead.
And I believe it's time now. Mm-hmm. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone knows, the CW show Arrow will have its final episode this week. So I was like, why not do a little retrospective talking about characters. And joining me is myself and of course the First Lady of Awesome, Lydia. Dissecting a character that we despise, but we'll get to that soon.
Hey.
So all I gotta say is, holy crap! After 8 years, the show is finally ending, and it's very apropos to the whole Arrowverse, if you will, has grown exponentially. But yeah, all good things must come to an end. Well, that and how many storylines can you do? And if I could, I'd get some time with the First Lady of Awesome, I would like to analyze the characters on their journey. First up, it's Arrow himself. Now, I cannot lie, there were times I just screamed at the TV screen with his irrational decisions. But over the years, over time, Mr. Oliver Queen has grown. And I gotta give a special shout out to Mr. Stephen Amell for portraying the character. Liz, what about you?
Oh yeah, I gotta give Stephen Amell a lot of credit here. He took a character that was like, I mean, happy-go-lucky, and he gave him more layers to him. And I do enjoy that he brought a lot of life to the character. Again, not with the bad decisions withstanding, but again, that's not his fault. He was just doing as he's told, and I blame the writers for that. Just saying, but he's with what he was given. I loved him for it, and I'm sorry, but when spoilers for Crisis on Infinite Earths, when he died and died twice, I got a little misty-eyed. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the performance of the character, and that's the performance of the actor, and I love that. I hope he does more with his career besides that, because if he's stuck with this, it's like, it's fine. It is what it is. But he did a very good job as Oliver Queen.
All right. Next up, we got his second in command and confidant, Eagle. You know, It's amazing how a made-for-TV character has been a shining light, and Mr. David Ramsey captured it with gusto with his portrayal of battle-hardened John Diggle. Being the glue that held Team Arrow all together was his sage advice, and to all of the members, including his brother Ollie. Liz, your thoughts?
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of the decisions that were made by John in that season, in certain seasons, did kind of rub me the wrong way, but it's like you understand why he did some of his decisions. I mean, besides bad writing, but I'm going to be quoting bad writing because there is a lot of really poor choices that were made on this show, just saying. But yeah, David gave a really amazing performance as John Diggle, which turns out he may or may not be a Green Lantern, just saying. If anybody points out that wrong, you go ahead, look it up. It's good. But yeah, he did a really amazing job.
Well, let's get to the brass tacks of it.
Oh boy, I think I know what you're talking about.
Felicity. Oh boy. Now, before I go full-blown shoot mode, this is not a diss to Miss Emily Beth Rickards, who played the character as best as she could, but my God. Ever since season 3, the writers have destroyed this character's characterability so much, I hated seeing her on screen with her constant complaining, blah, 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 you don't belong in the League of Assassins, blah, 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 kill Damien Dark, blah, 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 I want to kill Diaz for threatening me and my son. So, with all of that, I could not stand his character, but hey, in the first 2 seasons, she was very adorable and quirky. But like I said before, ever since season 3, she turned into the most whiny, bitchy character since any snot-nosed brat in any form of media. Lids, floor is all yours.
Give me a second. Okay. Fuck Felicity Smoke. Okay? I was fine with her the first 2 seasons of that show. I was okay with that. Even them hinting at a relationship with Oliver Queen. I would have been okay with it. It was cute. But I didn't forget about the fact that Laurel Lance was a thing and fuck you. Again, I have nothing against the actress. She's not the problem here. The problem is that they turned her character into a whiny Mary Sue that can do everything with a fucking computer when you know you can't.
Oh, yeah.
And just the fact that they made a lot of the plot surrounding her family, her character, and like, there are other characters on this frigging show. The audacity of what they did to Laurel Lance in that series because they wanted to get her and Oliver Queen together. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm honestly going to say this right now. You should have died season 1 and not Tommy Merlin. There, I said it. Boom. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Better about that now. I'm sorry. Just.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lydia has gone into Oni mode.
He's taught me well. But yeah, just I'm sorry. I like your character season 1 and 2, but after that, everything fell off the rails, and just I'm kind of done. And they're bringing her back for the finale. Yay! Not.
And no, I'm not looking forward to that either. I mean, last season. She was not there, and thank you, sweet and merciful God, she wasn't.
Well, she was there for like a few minutes and then left.
Well, even though, no disrespect to, I keep forgetting the actress's name, but
which one?
Oh good Lord, Mia Smoke.
Oh,
good Lord, she was. Every scene with her, she was just like her mother. Eddie and Felicity Jr. Like I needed that in life. But yeah, aside from that, for the rest of the characters, they all played their part. Especially Thea played brilliantly by Will Holland, and of course my boy Roy Harper played by Colton Haynes, and of course there's Rick Gonzalez and Renee Ramirez, who I gravitated towards since I thought Roy Harper was going to return, but hey, it is what it is. Juliana Harkavy as I keep forgetting her name. I know it's Dina.
Dinah Drake.
Deanna Drake, yeah. For what it's worth, she played a really good Canary, so I definitely give respect to that. And of course, I gotta give respect to the OG, Miss Casey Loss, aka Sarah Lance.
Yes.
Well, and here's the funny thing. Unlike Katie Kane, at least her character saying, "Oh, I'm gay! Oh, I'm gay!" Oh my God! Do you have any idea how many highlights I had to see with that shitty stuff?
Ugh, do not get me started on Batwoman, please.
But yeah, in conclusion, despite me going through hell with the last couple seasons, well, season 5 I thought was good, season 7 was good, the last season was pretty good too. It's gonna be not the same watching Arrow, because it was one of the shows that kind of sort of got me sort of back into the whole superverse, especially with the DC, since I'm a DC fan first and a Marvel fan second at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like after Crisis on Infinite Earths, and for anyone, check it out. Seriously, it is so damn good. They reference everything you know about the DC universe. It's insane. But yeah, like I said, I gotta give a farewell to Arrow, farewell to Stephen Amell in this role, and like Liz said, hope he does more. So yeah.
All right. Oh, this is interesting. This little.
Oh, did you check? Did you check the video that I posted with that fan made thing of a DC?
Oh, I saw it. It was good.
Oh, Oni just posted something into the main Discord. He's doing his time for the Royal Rumble or the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, it's going on right now. So he's doing a commentary with some of his buddies.
We got some information of whether a Mask 2 will ever happen.
Oh!
What was that?
Oh?
Sounds like a phone vibrating.
Or someone's backing up into a driveway.
That would be me. As I said earlier to the others, my computer's down right now, so I'm recording with you guys from my cell phone.
Well,
and if you hear pitter patters in the background, that's Navi running back and forth like a madman.
Will a sequel to The Mask ever happen? No such plans are in place as of yet. But at the very least, Jim Carrey isn't ruling anything out. At least not entirely. The Mask was released in the 90s, arguably at the height of Carrey's powers as a performer, and remains one of his biggest hits ever. In an age when Hollywood is reviving and rebooting seemingly anything, it's not hard to imagine this one coming back around, but it would take the exact right set of circumstances to get Carrey to pull his character back out of the closet. Jim Carrey is currently promoting Sonic the Hedgehog, which is set to hit theaters next month. In it, Carrey plays Dr. Robotnik, also known as Dr. Eggman. It looks to be a more out there performance, more akin to what we saw from him in the 90s. During a recent interview, he was asked about the possibility of returning for The Mask 2. Here's what Carrey had to say about it. I don't think in terms of sequels and stuff like that. I mean, this one, Sonic the Hedgehog, is kind of right for it because we have not evolved the Dr. Eggman character fully yet. The Mask, I think myself, it would depend on a filmmaker. It depends on a filmmaker, really. I don't want to do it just to do it, but I would do it if it was some crazy visionary filmmaker. Sure. As for who that visionary filmmaker could possibly be, that's anyone's guess at this point. The original was directed by Chuck Russell and was released in 1994. It proved to be a massive success at the box office, grossing $351 million worldwide, working from a comparatively small $23 million budget. Huh, I did not know that. A sequel spin-off which Jim Carrey did not star in, titled Son of the Mask, was released in 2005. It was
no.
It was
And I watched that shit in theaters.
Ugh. Oh, you poor soul.
Oh God, I don't need to watch that movie ever.
I was young. I was stupid. Okay.
It was panned by critics and was a commercial disaster, grossing just $57 million. The mask centered on a timid bank clerk named Stanley Ipkiss, who discovers a magical mask containing the spirit of the Norse god Loki. Having seen Tom Hiddleston in The Avengers, imagining someone who puts on the mask now becomes Loki, that the two don't seem to complement each other. The item changes his life when he puts it on. Ipkiss becomes a confident, charming, supernatural playboy. This catches the
I mean, isn't that Loki to begin with?
Yes, but Loki wasn't a shapeshifter.
Oh.
This catches the eye of a local nightclub singer, Tina Carlisle, Cameron Diaz, a very young Cameron Diaz at the time, because that was her first movie. However, this magical mask also causes Ipkiss to rob a bank and get on the bad side of crime lord Dorian Tyrell, whose crew gets blamed for the heist. There were completely unsubstantiated rumors that a sequel was in development last year, but nothing official has been confirmed by Warner Brothers. The mask started life as a comic book created by Doug Mank and John Arcudi, which was published by Dark Horse Comics and dates back to the 80s, with the version that went on to inspire the movie being released in the early 90s. This news comes to us via comicbook.com. One of the very few times I've actually agreed with a nostalgia critic video. The mask in the comic books, my gosh, that was fucked
Yeah, uber dark. Oh yeah.
And he's not called the mask, he's just referred to as Big Head. And some of the places that thing went to, jeez. I think the closest the movie did to that was when Dorian Tyrell had the mask, and even then that was tame by comparison. I'm intrigued at the possibility of a sequel to The Mask. And when I say a sequel, I mean a proper sequel, because even seeing Doug's review of Son of the Mask with all the other cinematic style he was going for, that was nasty.
Yes, it was.
I mean, crying out loud, we only barely got through the first 15 minutes of the Hulk review last week.
And like I said last week, this was not on the critic. It was because of the damn movie.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah. Liz is still waiting for her cookie. Liz.
What?
Liz is still waiting for a cookie just for getting through that review.
Sorry, but again, I'm a little intrigued by this. If they get Jim Carrey back for a proper Mask sequel, because I will acknowledge Son of the Mask as a sequel to that film. No, it's too much nightmare fuel. I'm sorry, I think that channeled too much of the comic, even though it was made for children, and that's terrifying. No
show.
Kicks you. No, just no. Oh.
And it apparently killed Jamie Kennedy's career.
I legit feel bad for Jamie Kennedy because of that. But
well, the last time I seen him do anything good was when we played a white rapper named Federline in the Cleveland
show.
Did you ever see the dance movie Kicking It Old School?
I've heard of it.
That's actually got Jamie Kennedy as what the setup is. It's a 13-year-old who is in a breakdancing competition, ends up jumping off the stage at a high school breakdance competition, ends up going into a coma for about 20 years.
Oh, I think I'm starting to remember that.
And he
wasn't Maria Menounos in that?
Yes. And they actually got David Hasselhoff to do a cameo where he let his character borrow Kit for a date with Maria Menounos' character, and it's one of those people that grew up in the 80s that were that became adults in the mid 2000s can find a lot of things to relate to it. And I personally found Kennedy to be quite likable as the protagonist, because think of it akin to Tom Hanks's Big. It's basically a 12-year-old in an adult's body. It's that sort of mind, or more modern one. Think Shazam.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. What we actually got, Random and his girlfriend watched Shazam around Christmas time. That's probably only like the third time I've seen that since it was been out in theaters last year. I think it's one of those superhero movies that's going to age well, because people will find things to relate about it. And I think if Jim Carrey does well with the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, which I don't see any reason why it shouldn't, because from preliminary screenings are showing is that a lot of people like this movie. And it's always the thing whenever someone comes along to do a movie adaptation of a video game, it's always going to be touch and go, whether if it sticks to the source material, and if it doesn't, will it do poorly? I mean, there are some movies where it doesn't stick to the source material and it actually does it favors. I mean, the first Mask as an example of deviating a fair bit from the source material, and as we mentioned earlier, the original animated Jungle Book movie deviated heavily from the original book. But from what I remember reading as a youngster, that book was dark.
Yeah.
So if he can pull it off with Robotnik, I don't see any reason why he can't come back as Ipkiss. But as he says, it's down to the filmmaker and what kind of story are they going to have, considering it's been 25 plus years since he's been the Mask. So we'll see. Liz, what are your thoughts?
I was just saying that I can see that happening. It's just, again, everything has to line up quickly before we can get a proper sequel. I will wait and see it's wait and see for me. I will, if it happens, it happens. It doesn't, it's fine.
Raiden, same question.
Well, if they bring the same energy like it was in the first movie and in the series, seriously, the series is uber underrated.
And it still hasn't got a DVD release. That is a travesty.
Rob Paulson's take on the Mask must be heard.
Speaking of that, we heard he recently did an interview with Corey Coleman at Double Toasted.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah, like I said, if it brings the same energy that the movie had and the series had, I'm all for it. You know, we don't need another Son of the Mask thing. Another Son of the Mask.
No.
So yeah.
Win, same question.
I'd honestly love to see another Mask movie, even if it's not a sequel and they have someone similar to Jim Carrey's energy doing the role of Ipkiss, or one of the other recipients who had worn the mask throughout the comic series. because I actually owned a couple of issues when I was a kid, and it was one of the franchises, aside from Hellboy and Empowered, that I got heavily into from Dark Horse. And I would love to see a Dark Horse comic get some more love on the big screen.
Yeah, God knows Dark Horse definitely really needs another hit on their hands after they lost the Star Wars license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Disney. Fuck you, Kathleen Kennedy. Go step on a Lego. I'm sorry. I'm salty.
Now that's cold.
The Dark Horse Star Wars comics were amazing. It even had a lot of really awesome characters from the expanded universe that just made it work. And boom, ruined.
Ruined it. You ruined it, and I'm leaving.
You say for her.
It's all trash now.
You say for her to go step on a Lego. I feel sorry for the Lego.
Yeah.
You need to step on all the Legos all at once.
Or rather, it's like or rather, you're not worthy of Legos. You're stepping on Mega Blocks.
Oh.
Last but never least, Kaiju. Same question.
Personally, I wouldn't want to see a Mask movie with Jim Carrey back. I mean, would love to see the Mask return. However, I like the idea of just having a series of movies similar to the comics, where it's just a series of stories focusing on different people with different experiences with the Mask, all of which would usually end in chaos. And I feel like it would be not only is it would it be respectful to the comics lore, but I would also give them the perfect chance to do whatever the hell they want with the Mask, because hey, it's a new story, new people, new rules, whatever. But yeah, I would like to see something similar to the comics, because even though I haven't yet to read the comics, I have been intrigued with them for the longest time. And hey, if Deadpool can make R-rated superhero action comedies a thing, then hey, maybe we could see like an R-rated Mask, or hey, maybe we can go into a more not necessarily superhero, although I'm sure it'll be marketed as such, a superhero dark horror comedy, which I don't think we've gotten a whole lot of outside of Sam Raimi's offerings. So I would say no Jim Carrey, go in a completely different direction. That way, people won't complain that they're rehashing everything. They're rehashing and nostalgia baiting the original movie. Although, of course, I bet you they'll most certainly try their best to bring back Jim Carrey, and they'll most certainly do as much as they can to pander to fans of the original movie.
Yeah, that's some good input. Although to see like a PG-13 or an R-rated version of the Mask, that would be intriguing to see. I would still at least like to see if Jim could come back, only to see if he could still have the same wacky ball off to the balls to the walls type of energy that he had with the original. Though from what we're seeing with him as Robotnik, it might still be there. Might be. Okay, and yeah, we covered Zemeckis coming into
Pinocchio.
To do Pinocchio. Although if studio execs get involved, it'll be Pinwokio.
Pinwokio.
Yeah, or Pinwokio.
Pinwokio works better.
Fair enough.
Patent pending. Call that right now. Patent pending.
Alright. Probably do one more article and then I think we'll call it an evening. This may appeal to some anime fans who are listening to this and Weathering
Oh.
Review 4DX Review, a near perfect movie-going experience. Weathering Review is a masterpiece of storytelling that doesn't bend the rules to give its audience a happy ending, even if the characters are allowed to have one. The perplexing selfishness of its leads is really pushed home in a finale that will leave you contemplating its narrative well-being, and it will have you questioning your own stance on love and what you'd do to be with someone. It's a hard push to cheer for when not standing in the protagonist's shoes. He literally makes everyone else suffer so he can hold hands with a girl that is made of literal magic. At once, we're supposed to buy into this tragic love story and give of ourselves so these two creatures can ride off into the sunset while the rest of us suffer terrible weather and a landscape that is folding back in on itself. How much you can actually...
AMJ.
What?
Women's Rumble is on, and number 3 is Mighty Molly.
Wait, what?
Oh, nice.
Are you kidding me? Yes!
And like you said, she hasn't aged a day.
Nope.
She's in the costume too?
Yes.
How much?
Yes! Give me!
How much you actually grow to care about these two characters themselves will have you weighing the end with both hands, but dragging and screaming into the real world. I'm not quite sure how this would sit well with anyone, no matter how fully invested they were in the souls at the center of this metaphorical fairy tale. And that's part of the movie's charm. It really is a masterclass in script writing and plot execution at every turn of the dial. The folks behind the most recent Star Wars trilogy could have learned quite a few lessons from watching this single movie alone, about structure, plot, and not showing one's hand until absolutely necessary. Strangely, the movie was snubbed at the Oscars in both the International Film and Animation category, though I'm not quite clear on whether or not it was even eligible. The story itself is simple yet quite complex on a molecular level. It's almost old-fashioned feeling in that it allows a male hero at its center, with the female arriving almost as a token of hope and inspiration. A fairy creature that bestows glowing sunshine on those who allow her to share her gifts. She is pure emotion, the feeling you get when you look at that certain someone who can brighten your entire day. She'll have you reflecting on that special someone in your own life who brings the sunshine into the room whenever they arrive. Though this girl literally brings the sunshine, certainly clearing a constantly raining sky for the right price. Weathering with You was released this past summer in Japan, but only recently made its US theatrical debut on January 17, which was this past weekend. It was available for dubbed and original language screenings at theaters across the country, directed by Makoto Shinkai. It has been hailed as a masterpiece in animated film work. The imagery is stunning and should captivate even the most ardent anime hater. One might not even consider it traditional anime. Makoto Shinkai made his directorial debut with the international smash hit Your Name, released in 2016, which went on to become the highest grossing anime movie of all time at the time of its release.
Yeah. It was fucking everywhere in 2016. All my students went to see it. All my friends couldn't stop talking about it. It was like the movie of the year for that. And you know what? Even now to this day, I don't think there has been a movie yet in Japan that had as much buzz around it as Your Name.
And Shinkai's known to be a perfectionist because when it was about to premiere, he felt like it wasn't going to do well because he didn't perform as he felt like he didn't do a good enough job with it. He was his own biggest critic.
The man is considered a rock star in the world of animation. If you haven't seen his work, you'll understand why after watching Weathering with You. It's a sci-fi fantasy piece that ranks right up there with the best, be it live action or animation, and dare I say it, ever has a strong E.T. vibe. If they changed out the weird brown extraterrestrial with a fetching little teenage girl who can control the weather. Some view Weathering with You as a screed on climate control, and it does have a politic message wrapped around it like seaweed on rice, but at its very core rests an old-fashioned love story that is sure to captivate even the most hardened of hearts. Until they realize how inverted and selfish the main protagonist is, That's one aspect of the engrossing tale that's hard to circumvent, but that's on purpose, and is the structure upon which the whole thing rests. That its conceit. What are you willing to allow others, and what will you sacrifice? Weathering with You can be dissected many different ways. It's a fable first and foremost about a runaway named Hodaka who falls in love with a shady operation seeking out inquire-like stories about UFOs, Bigfoots, and other strangely unworldly phenomena that can't be quite explained. Like WWE scripts that make sense.
Oh.
Hey, you're all thinking it. The young teen boy is a thrust-on quest to seek out the truth about Sunshine Girls, and he eventually finds one of his own. This individual can manipulate the weather. It's been raining a lot in Tokyo. Hina has the power to separate the clouds and make the sun shine down on various landscapes. She is a mighty mean weather manipulator and a heartbreaker to boot. Hodaka falls in love with her. He saves her from an unfavorable fate, and together, along with Hina's little heartthrob brother Nagi, sounds similar to a little feline, I know, they make a business of making the storm clouds go away. Of course, this all comes with a catch, and is quite complicated. The less said, the better, as the narrative slowly unravels to reveal its secrets in a perfected patter of raindrops, stuttering heartbeats, and a lot of humor and pathos. It's for all ages, and will be fondly looked upon as a true masterpiece for years to come. Weathering with You opens in 4DX theaters starting today, and if you haven't seen the movie, this is the setting upon which you should let it wash all over with you. Get it? Because it's about the weather. And if you've already witnessed the power this animated movie holds within its colorful soul, 4DX will only help to brighten your love and enjoyment of the movie. With any story prominently featuring a Sunshine Girl, you can guess that there is a lot of rain, and 4DX utilizes this environment to make for one wet night at the multiplex. The feeling of raindrops constantly on your skin whilst transfixed on this tale serves as a true bit of immersion. And there's something exciting about feeling the actual wind and weather hit you as it plays out on screen. Animation and 4DX work quite well together, unless you're eating, pulling you into a dreamlike state that is never quite achieved by any live-action endeavors that employ this sweet gimmick. There is a lot of seat jostling as we take a true ride alongside these characters. We get a pretty great fireworks show that is enhanced by this full immersion into the fantasy world Makoto Shinkai has rendered in shades of true beauty that are captivating at every turn. And it snows. There is literal snow that falls during 2 different scenes. It's, in a word, magical, and does nothing to distract from what is playing out, only to inform and push the story home to its utmost enjoyment. If you've never seen a 4DX movie before, this is a great starting point and a perfect example of what it can do to truly enhance the theater-going experience. Weathering with You is a masterpiece of animation and storytelling that will appeal to just about everyone. The ending is complex and messy and will have you considering your own state of emotions and what you're wanting to sacrifice. There are some mysteries left wrapped up. It's not all easily laid out on the table. It's simply gorgeous and arrives this weekend as a near-perfect movie-going experience. You can visit Regal Theatres for a list of Weathering with You screenings closest to your home, office, or school. Color me intrigued. It's not very often I get to hear about an anime movie that gets this type of very flattering write-up. I probably haven't heard of a flattering write-up of this magnitude probably since Wolf Children. And that movie goes to places. And I mean that in a nice sense, not in the sense of that places that Elman goes to. Is the sort of emotional, loving experience within that story, and I'm getting the vibe from this that this does something similar. Well, if I see it on cinema listings this year, I may just give it a look, because it's been a while since an anime story has actually raise my curiosity. That's all I got to say. To our resident anime girl, Wayne, what are your impressions?
It sounds like it could be a really charming movie, and as I said, Makoto Shinkai is known for being a big perfectionist, so he isn't he didn't half-ass with the writing or any of the animation that's going to be involved. And when it comes out to western to the western side of the hemisphere, I am more than happy to go and take a look myself, because even though I've only seen a small bit of the thumbnail, the art style looks beautiful. And I've seen pieces from Your Name, so I know it's going to be very, very quality anime. And at the same time, it kind of doesn't surprise me that it got snubbed at the Oscars, because they tend to have a really high bias against anime films. The only exception I can ever think of were for Spirited Away.
Miyazaki?
Yeah, for Miyazaki with Spirited Away and the nomination Howl's Moving Castle got. Other than that, it was said on record that one of the judges just dismissed it as quote unquote Chinese garbage.
Oh no!
This was back in 2015 during that whole diversity debacle.
What was it called? What was it called? Hashtag Oscars so white or Oscars too white?
Yeah. Oscars so white. That's what it was called. Yeah, you could criticize the movement, but at the same time, if you think about it, it wasn't too far off, because it seems like the only animated films, with the exception of maybe one, sneak in so they don't seem biased. It seems like it either has to be DreamWorks or Disney, especially Disney.
Oh yeah, they're usually like the default go-to people for Oscar winners.
And they're the ones who normally win, which kind of made me salty in like 2010, because I've seen The Secret of Kells, and to see an animation movie from Ireland win would have been pretty awesome. But nope. Gotta look out for your buddies. Gotta keep that circle jerk going. The very kind that makes you scowl the minute you're called out by a comedian by the name of Ricky Gervais.
I saw that. That shit was amazing.
I'm sorry. That just makes me so salty, so I'm not on a tangent and we don't go on about the ins and outs of the Oscars and it's bullshit. I will say, when this movie comes out, I definitely want to, because if there's an anime film and it's really charming, it looks beautiful, the writing looks good, I'm going to enjoy it. I love Miyazaki films. I still need to look at Maria and the Witch's Flower from Studio Ponic, who had some Studio Ghibli animators follow that very writer. And from my understanding, a lot of people enjoyed it. And in terms of Ghibli, outside of Miyazaki films, I cried like a fucking baby when I saw Graveyard of the Fireflies for the first time, because while it is very graphic, very, very dark, it's very emotional and raw. And you just want to empathize with the main protagonist and his little sister, because they were caught up in a very hellish time period.
Well, at least bright side of it all, at least in the ending, you see their spirit, see what Japan looks like now. So at least you get some clarity with that.
Yeah, you're right on that. But in terms of animated movies like this, I'm definitely eager to see and give a go. And I would highly encourage anyone, even newbies on the anime scene, I would highly recommend you go see things like Makoto Shinkai's films, or Wolf Children, or Miyazaki films, or the likes of Marie and the Witch's Flower. I would definitely give them, all of them, a recommendation, and definitely Wolf Children and Summer Wars. So all those animated films, definitely give a go when this one comes out. If it's as good as Your Name was, fuck yes. Go and watch. Give the industry some love. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, Raiden, your 2 cents.
Honestly, I'd never heard about this, but hey, as long as they're getting something, that's all well good to me. Like, animes definitely deserve the praise. I mean, especially when everything is scripted, you know, a lot of animated features deserve a lot of things. Like, for example, I know it's not an anime, but Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse got that award one time, and you know, the sky's the limit. So I hope for nothing but the best for the film. So I'm all for it.
Lids.
It should be interesting. I'm not very versatile with the whole anime thing as much as everybody else is. I know bits and pieces about stuff. I'm not fluent on it. So, but it looks interesting. I saw trailers for it. It looks interesting. So I may or may not check it out.
Kaiju.
I've definitely been wanting to check this out for a while. I know a friend of mine on YouTube, Egaman Ray, reviewed it when it came out in Japan, mentioning that it was a good movie, but it borrowed a bit too much, a few too many ideas from Your Name. So it was always on my watch list, but it was never like a huge priority for me. However, I do want to eventually get around to checking it out because it does look like a very beautiful looking movie at the very least. And it seems to be another movie in the trend of sort of like these urban fantasy anime movies that seem to be popping up more and more in Japan. With like very realistic backgrounds that are used as like the sort of the setup for something magical and fantastical to happen within it.
Duran's saying he's having to go off for the night. Thanks for stopping by, Duran. Appreciate that. Steven says, don't forget they're doing Terminator versus Transformers in March. Yeah, I know about that comic book crossover. More like #Oscars to Western animation. He's put that twice for some reason.
Oscars to Western in general.
All right.
Why do American movies get to have all the glory?
I think this is probably as good a time as any to call it a week with, because energy's slowly starting to run down low.
You're breaking up.
The energy's starting to run down a little bit, and there were a few other topics to go through, but something like another 5 more to get through, and at this stage I'm having to keep my voice down reasonably low, so it's probably as good a time as any. Like I say, I'm probably not going to watch the Rumble this evening, mainly because I'm not particularly impressed with the card that they've got, other than the Universal title match between The Fiend and Bryan, and Becky Lynch and Asuka, and that's about it. The only thing I will say is I think they're going to go safe and predictable and have The Fiend retain. And I'm going to go for a surprise with Becky and Asuka. I think it's going to end in a no contest. I think this is a feud that's going to go on until WrestleMania. That is what I think. Because
I wouldn't mind that, actually.
Because this sort of match, this is a sort of match that you light the fuse, but you let it burn slowly. Don't do like a feud that, you know, ends up burning out too quickly. I mean, I in some weird way I felt like Rock and Hogan could have gone on a little bit longer, but with what they have with Becky and Asuka, you basically have, you know, a defiant babyface versus a full-on antagonist that both fans cheer for. It's almost like a Rock and Austin situation, although I have this, now I have this weird image of Asuka acting as The Rock. That's an interesting scenario. No, I think this will end in a no contest because emotions are already running high between the two combatants, especially when Becky punched Asuka in the mouth and then Asuka unleashed the green mist on her, which anybody knows from history down the years with the with WWE and Tajiri, people know that's stings.
Technically, it started out with Great Muta, but yeah.
Yeah, so those are my thoughts on it, and I've got a very sad prediction that Brock Lesnar will probably win the Rumble, which means we'll have a unification title match at WrestleMania with The Fiend. No! Nobody wants to see that happen because it means Brock will be double champion and it means both brands will have no champion. Yeah. And on that note, we're going to end it there. Until next week for episode 95, I have been the Knight.
I've been the awesome one.
I have been the snarky, crazy cat lady.
And I have been the editor-in-chief.
And I've been the cybernetic, energetic Zen Master.
Good night from the Knight.
Buy my comic. And thank you, Dan Williams, for purchasing it and leaving a review.
Join my fiance's Twitch stream right now. It's going on right now. Watch it.
Go. Do it.
Go watch it.
Do it.
Act now, and he'll say, I'll say, act now, and he'll say, I hate Hogan.
Yes, he will. He will say it with a smile on his face.
Until next time.